Zint, Mike Angelo, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing? What y'all got going on today? I am, of course, hanging out here waiting to get this show going. And of course, we got the Rat 1 and S35VN. So we gonna learn something today. We're gonna see how long this edge holds up because I'm getting conflicting reports of 8 hours or 3 hours. I don't know yet. See me scratch? Yeah, the Rat 1 right here, the Ontario Rat 1. Like, if you haven't seen this thing yet on the channel, I got it in a trade, and it is an S35VN, and this is perfect for Cardboard Slayer. This is kind of what we've been waiting on. Yeah, so this one is like $100. The Rat 2 in S35VN is like $100. However, Rob Tenring, what's going on? How you doing? But the Rat 1, I think, is around, what, $45-ish. The Rat 2 is around $40 in OS 8 or D2, and I think OS 8 right now. Where the hell's my Rat 2? There she blows. New editor, what's up? Welcome back. How you doing, man? Yeah, so I've got my Rat 2 here in OS 8, and this was far, far cheaper. KO, what's going on? What's the good news, KO? Artisan Keto Cheetos, what's going on? I'm doing quite good. Had the day off today, so I took care of a couple of small bullshit things and crashed. Punisher will be here sooner or later. Well, he's never here right at 5 o'clock. Oh, dude, nice. Yeah, so if y'all don't know, KO's been going through it. Yeah, no, it took 30 seconds of having that out of the box to fall in love with it, man. Like, I am all about that thing. You know, I've got stuff kind of running the range from, you know, little Olatans to the Bug Out to the Cold Steels and all that, and this is just one of my all-time favorites, hands down. Just, it took like 30 seconds to do that. Got my emotional support sweet tea here today. I use Hops number 9 gun oil for my knives. I've heard better oils might exist, but I think at that point you're really already split hairs. Just a guest, what's up? Welcome back. KO, how are things going on that prototype? You haven't reached out to me in a minute. Sammy Nordyke, yes sir, the Rat 1. All right, we are going in on S35VN, so again, I don't know what to expect here. I don't know if we're expecting, like, again, like 4 hours, like a OS 8 or something, or like 8 hours. Everyone's saying it's conflicting reports. Half the people that have an opinion say it's going to be about like OS 8, and the other half of the people say it's going to take all day. We're going to find out, and oh, I'm so happy to be running this thing. But let's get some copy paper. As y'all can tell, the edge I put on it is spectacularly keen. Pokey Sly, what is going on? Welcome back. So yeah, just like the title said, we're doing some S35VN tonight, and I don't know how much I'm going to suffer. What I do know is I've got a ton of cardboard and a ton of time. We're going to be here as long as it takes. And of course, I didn't beat on this edge that hard while I was at work because I wanted to save it for this. I don't know why it wasn't a factory edge, but I also was dual carrying with the cheapest possible knife on Amazon too, so I had to kind of split my cutting tasks up between the two. Huh, I thought we gone over that and settled on the handle. Like you had kind of what I was looking for going there, and I was happy with what I saw. Because like I thought we gone over that, and I said, yeah, that looks pretty good. I think we're in the right place with it, or something along those lines. So there might have been a misfire in communication. And honestly, bro, you might have to just take the thing apart, and then you can just wash everything in alcohol. Punisher, what's going on? Oof. We will see you in a few. My condolences. I'll send someone to avenge your death. Have I ever gone to a knife shop in person? Yeah. Like I said, I was like, I'll check Instagram again tonight and make sure that we're on the same page there, because like I'm pretty sure you should have a message. It's like, yeah, that's pretty good. I like where we're at, or something. We'll figure it out. But me personally, I don't really have a dedicated knife shop near here. I went to one up near Tennessee in Blue Ridge, but that's the only one I've actually been near. I don't have one around me. Like, knife shops aren't that common out here. Because if someone wants a knife, they'll go to Walmart or they'll buy it online, which I'm kind of surprised knife shops have survived Amazon existing. So yeah, we'll take a second look at that, KO. Other question. If they only make one prototype, who gets it? Now I'm curious, because it's like, Ron Dobbins, what's going on? Well, I'm here doing this. I'm having a great day. We got the Rat 1 and S35VN. And our concurrence right now, we're at 84. This is, I think, the highest we've ever seen them. I think our record previously was 83. So you guys that are lurking and watching, thank you so much. And if y'all don't know, we just hit 2,000 subscribers. We just hit 2K like 12:43 last night or something. I just had 92. Whoa, 90. Holy crap. You guys that are popping in, thank you so much for your time, even if it's only a minute or two. I can't thank you enough. But yeah, KO, so if we do get one prototype, who gets it? Like, you live too far away to 102. We finally broke 100. You guys, we've been working on this for a minute. Well, holy Jesus. We finally did it, guys. Yeah, KO, if they only send us one prototype, who gets it? You live too far away to split custody. That means we are going to have to figure out how to come up with a... You know what? You know what? I got it. So, here's what we do. All right? Our next savings, if we get these prototypes made, we are going to save up from the super chats and everything else, and we are going to buy 3 prototypes for what, 280 bucks? You get one, I get one. We're going to send one to somebody, and one's going to be a giveaway. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right there. That'll be a members only giveaway. How you like that? That'll be our... Dude, you don't have to ask if you can ask a question. Just ask the question. We've been over this. We've been over this, boo-boo. You just ask the question. You don't have to be that attention starved. The chat's moving pretty slow. Brother, neither one of you is 18. You're fine. EWS Radio. Well, you just asked your question. Sam.06, what's going on? So, we do this until the edge of a knife fails, and this week we're going in on some S35VN. We haven't done S35VN yet, and I want to see how much I suffer tonight. But no, again, you don't have to ask if you can ask a question. That is pointless and redundant. Just ask the question. Good God. I don't know if I'm like missing something on internet culture or something like that, or if I'm too old to understand what's happening, but why does everyone have to ask if they can ask a question? Like, what am I missing here? Like, I am confused. Ron, thank you so much, man. And yes, I do have the 2K the 2K video coming up. I said we are doing the giveaway for our subscribers for hitting 2K. If you'd like, when we hit a breaking point, I can get down the 4 knives and show you what they are. Is that RVR Walker 71? What I am doing is I am cutting with this thing until the edge fails, and we're going to see how long that takes. We're just testing edge retention out on it. This week is S35VN. We've been waiting on that for quite a while. And I'm hanging out with you guys. You know, I want to know how good edge retention is, and hanging out with you guys while I do it is fun. Yeah, so you are learning, you know more than I do about that. However, I'm not sure how to plug you in with a anyone with a 3D printer. Like, you already, is it possible to reach out to Jen and ask if they can help get it tightened up? Like, because they're gonna see your CAD and know what to fix and what don't. Fook, what's up, man? EWS Radio, I did see that. Thank you, by the way. Graham Cole. I'm pretty sure I pronounced that right, or kind of right. So our failure point is when almost all of these cuts start tearing and rolling along the cut. Okay. Some guys will cut until you can't do copy paper cleanly anymore. I go until it fails on cutting the cardboard, because that seems to be a bit more consistent and reliable than the copy paper cut, because I've had some pretty nasty edges that were worn in. Cut the copy paper just fine. Delaney, I'm not going to order another Rat 2. I got this one in OS 8, and I don't have $100 to spend just to get another S35VN Rat. But Zen, yeah, OS 8's fine. Like, again, if you're not beating these things to death, 8CR13 is fine. That's what I said. 8CR13. You're good, man. You're good. But, you know, we talked about it a couple streams ago, and, you know, I'll say it. 8CR13 is highly underrated. You know, everybody's tired of seeing it, and there are better steels out there, and those better steels are coming down in price. However, 8CR13 can keep the cost of a knife below $20, and unless you're a hard user, I mean a hard user, you know, it's going to take quite a while before you need to sharpen 8CR13, you know. Yeah, it's just one of those things like, and, you know, now we're at a point where that Ozark Trail may have just blown the curve so badly that knives are going to have to be in D2 to be above $10, you know. I don't know if that's really realistic, but if Walmart stays in stock, Brian Detrick, what's going on? Welcome to the madness. We are going until the edge fails on this thing. Yeah, I've seen some Ganzo Rat knockoffs. Wow, 9? What in the world brought you here at 9 years old, man? I will warn you, we gonna be using some bad language, and by we, I mean I. The longer this night goes, and the more tired I get, the worse the language is gonna get. Ah, 6 is nice, dude. Like, that is a great place to start. Kush Viper, what's going on? Welcome. Yeah, it's again, like, if you're pushing the steel pretty hard, then yeah, ACR is going to crap out pretty fast. Yeah, I've actually got a few Ganzos. The build quality's there. You know, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, is it a clone or is it not a clone? But, Nicer Life, what's going on? Welcome. Not familiar with the CRKT Beta, unfortunately. Like, you'll learn pretty quickly. I don't know what everything is out there, and I haven't handled everything. You know, this is a small channel on a very, very, very tight budget. Yes, New Edge. New Edge. Yeah, so, and like, you know then. You know why I keep talking about that shrink wrap on pallets. If you got a good edge, that last layer on the bottom's an easy cut, but the first edge problem, and that plastic's gonna snag it. Yeah, I was thinking about those tandem lives too, man. I'll have to look at the Artisan Cutlery Snake too. I've got the Artisan Hover Wing and I've got the Artisan Proponent. But I forgot what I was saying at this point. Oh yeah. No, it's a heads up. It's a heads up. Bad words happen, and a lot of them. Just give it time. However, Brian Detrick, since you're new here, I want you to pick one. Pick one of the 8, okay? Ninja, Frankenstein, Robot, Grim Reaper, Mummy, Knight, Alien, or Scuba Guy. Pick one. We'll let you break the seal today. It's a great honor. Oh, God. The Devo Fireball. I am so upset I'm not going to be able to throw money at that thing. I am entirely sure I'm not going to be able to afford it, even with a discount. Bro. To be fair, Ron Dobbins has been at it for a while. He's paid his dues. I'm not even going to dignify the frozen butter with a response. Uh-oh, did Zint get muted? Did Zint have something deleted? Or is he just confused? I believe either. Just pick one out, dude. Thank you, Fook. Okay, Scuba Guy. There we go. All right, you get the Scuba Guy in just a second here. Sorry, chat's actually going by faster than usual. Like, we may be hitting the point now where I can't read every single one. Like, we may be getting there. Okay, Scuba Guy it is. Josh! Yeah, I see that, 110, and we just lowered the property value a bit for everybody too. You're welcome. Like, we are hitting our highest concurrence ever. Yeah, and by the way, channel members, I am trying to figure out what to give away. I may do my kit. I see what you did there. That's a good one, Rob. I see what you did there. How do you guys feel about that Sencut Crowley? Like, I know it's been carried and used and reviewed and all that, but how do you guys feel about that Sencut Crowley for a members giveaway? Move OTX, what's going on? Oh, nice. What are you giving away again? Speaking of which, if y'all haven't, go subscribe to KO Knives. He's trying to get his numbers up, and he does some videos, and he does live streams that are a lot quieter, more chill, and less chaotic than mine are. His live streams are a pleasant experience. All right, I'm not looking to break my wrist on this cardboard right now. Fruit roll-ups, your time of penance has come. So like KO, he's got a much more hangout and chill live stream than I do. Dude, I want that shipwreck. I want that shipwreck. Yeah, like I said, if y'all want to get into that giveaway, go ahead and get over there and sub. That shipwreck is awesome. That shipwreck looks good. Jason Beecher, what's up? Welcome back. Hey, look at that. And I've got my entry video for my 2K giveaway coming up in the next day or two here. This has been one of those weeks. Like I go in on Saturday and work straight through Thursday, so it's gonna be kind of hard to squeak videos in there in the middle of all that. Just if next week's like this last week was, I'm gonna be perpetually exhausted. Arthur Gatsky, what's going on? Welcome back. Oh yeah. No, I'm still having the difficult financial times. However, it is what it is. I'm finding my way through it. Don't know what's gonna happen next, but you know, you can only do what you can do. Like, I can go to work, I can collect my paycheck and hope something works out. So yeah, we hit the 1 hour mark with this. I'll take a couple minutes and I'll get the 4 giveaway knives down. Again, they're nothing world beating or anything like that. It's what I could afford to get, but I wanted to have something. It's like right now I couldn't afford to buy thank you, Jason. So you can tell KO's excited here. But there's no way right now I could afford to actually buy giveaway knives. Like, I got them at Blade Show while I could. Yeah, you had mentioned the Batum. I'm not familiar with that one. And I hate moving. I hate moving. I hate going through and breaking the entire house down and boxing everything up and then unboxing it. And as much of a mess as the house is, as bad as this house is right now, I am terrified of the thought of having to clean everything out while I'm packing everything up. Like, that is truly a terrifying thought. I will lose sleep over it. Zent, no. No, this is your warning. No. Mediocre, what's going on? Oh, dude. Dude, yes. I wish I could afford the Work Sharp Professional, but yes. Your strops, hopefully you know what compound you want to use. Look, I don't understand that. Like, I'm not planning on moving for a while, but I never understood that. Like, I know some guys that are married, and they live in two separate houses. Like, one of my guys, his fiance, I guess, was in New York. He was staying down here in Georgia. They were building a house in Maine. It's like, I don't understand how that works. I'm sorry, but if you're married to my ass, we living together until someone dies. Unless you're my ex-wife and you like cheating on people. Sir, what do you plan on doing to that poor potato? Hopefully it doesn't involve your wiener. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, just shoot me some pictures on where you're at. Given your, let's scroll up and take a look at this comment here. Why every cool hobby's fucked up by kids? Chris Warris. Yeah, no, we ain't doing that here. Chris Warris, what's going on, man? Welcome. We are seeing how long it takes me to fuck the edge up on this Rat 1 and S35VN. And I get to hang with you guys. You might not think it's a bad thing, but that kind of behavior is not welcome on this channel, and you've been around here long enough to know that. However, I'm giving you a fair shot. Oh, nice. Yeah, did you get S35VN or ROS8? This should be G10. Like, as far as I know, the Rat is G10 and not nylon, but I could be wrong. I'd have to go online and look the specs up. Oh, dude, nice, nice. Yeah, I got this one in a trade, so I'm happy about that because there's no way I could afford to spend $100 on it for myself right now. Fook, you still in here, brother? Just watching. He's on thin ice right now. But yeah, if you're buying for regular carry, a Rat 2 might treat you a bit better. Just because it's smaller, it's easier to carry. Like this thing, the one problem with knives with blades over 3 inches is they take up a ton of room in your pocket. Chris Juarez, thank you so much, dude. Oh shit, KO. KO, look what you got. But you know, like if you're gonna carry a bigger knife, you got to figure out where to carry it or just give up your pocket space altogether. Murphy man, what's going on? Welcome. Good screen name. What are you talking about? This right here? Oh, that was a machete that did that. Like, I actually, the memory on Facebook showed up. It was 10 years ago, I think, yesterday that happened. I don't know. I like my aluminum quite a bit. Unfortunately, I bought the Damascus with the copper flakes and shredded carbon fiber, but it's like I'm scared of carrying it because I don't want to ding it up. So it just sits in the drawer with the nice ones. It's in my too nice to carry drawer. Yeah, you like that edge right there? That is a mirror polished edge. But, you know, and, you know, someone had mentioned the Ganzo earlier, and that's kind of one of those things. That's why I asked the group conscience about, honestly, Samuel, the bug out is the only one I have, and it's the only one I'm going to spend money on. You talking about that? Yeah, so I saw the bench stone. Everything about it looked skookum at Blade Show. That being said, I don't have one, so I can say it looks good. But yeah, with the Ganzo, like, I've got some stuff from Ganzo, and it's clones. And we know around here I don't like clones. The cheapest possible knife on Amazon. Turns out it's a clone. However, since I started those videos, I have got to do I got to do the rest of the videos on it and finish that series off. Did that to myself, but yeah, it's like with the caveat that yes, it's a clone. All right. No, I don't have any karambits. Come on, y'all keep asking the same question. Oh, I have not messed with Sharpening S90V. I don't have any, honestly. Like, I want to get the Devo Fireball, and I do want to get a cardboard slayer run out of it. However, it's a very deep hollow grind on that thing. And I know I already know it's a nightmare to push through cardboard. All right, I got the prototype in D2. So, let's see, what do I have? So, like, this is very obviously a clone of a Spyderco bird knife, and it is just on an axis lock. That's the only real difference. So that's a good example right there, and this is a Ganzo. And, I mean, the build quality's there. You know, 440C, the 440C is proven to be pretty good. It's a straight-up clone. 100% of a clone. I don't think I have any more... Oh, dude. Ron, you out of here? All right, man. Have a good one. I appreciate you being here. The model number on this? G729. Here's a good example. So this is an Grow. All right? This is an Grow. I want you to do me a favor, pull up Google real quick, and look up Decepticon knife. You'll see what I'm talking about as far as a clone. I do not have the Rex Steel, brother. Like, Indirect Donkeys, also hi and welcome. Everybody's seen the ST-155. I'm not giving that thing any light right now. But one thing you learn quick, I am broke, sir. I cannot afford anything in Rex, whatever number it is. But like the cheapest knife I could find on Amazon ended up being a clone of a Cold Steel Black Sable. Yeah, like, believe me, I've been saving for months to get a Cold Steel Mayhem, and I'm like halfway there. Sint, now you're just spreading dangerous lies. Sint came in here to just be a troll today. I'm so broke, you got to give me $2 to put socks on. That's how that works. For $2, I'll put socks on, and then for the next $2, I'll take them back off. Last bid wins. Nobody's wanted to play the game yet. Oh, dude, yeah, I saw a red Luzon pop up on YouTube somewhere too. I think it was a short. I was gonna start digging around trying to figure out where one of those was. Tram, what's going on? Yeah, dude, this is one of my favorites. I've had it for about 2 weeks now. I got to carry it this week for review. It is fantastic. But yeah, like I need to go look up and see where the red Luzon is. And it's like I don't need to buy another Luzon. I've got the medium and the large. I'm sure somebody here likes country more than I do. But yeah, if you're new here, we're doing this to it until the edge craps out. So far, we are 30 minutes into the cutting. Son of a dick! So I ran back up and downstairs like 3 times, getting everything ready for the stream. I did not grab my pizza box. That's one thing I'll say about country. You know, old country was like, fuck the police, fuck the government, fuck everything. And new country is like, if you lick enough government boot, you can call yourself a patriot. It's like, y'all fell off. Mike, Angelo, what's going on? What is everybody carrying today? That's a good question. I need to ask that more. What you guys carry today? EWS Radio. Howard, thank you so much. Well, guess what? That's sock money right there. All right. I even brought socks down just for the occasion. Okay, so we got donuts. All right, next $2 gets them back off. We're going to see who ends up winning. What do you know now that would have stopped you from ordering the WorkSharp Pro? Because you're talking about the Pro version of this thing, right? The Precision Adjust Professional? Well, hey, I figured if someone was going to give me money to put socks on, I might as well make it worthwhile. We just need a basic floppy disk in here to start a bidding war. All I'm going to say is if you're myop, your bloodline is weak, and history will forget you. Good God, why is everybody carrying so damn many knives in one go? It's like I've been carrying 2 on me this week and at once, and it's just like, I don't like having the extra stuff. Mark Hicks, what's going on? So, I would recommend one of 2 things. All right, neither one of them are going to be the cheapest, but your fastest and easiest way to sharpen is going to be a WorkSharp. This guy right here. This is a WorkSharp grinder with the Kin Onion belt grinding attachment, and you can sharpen along the slack part in between the 2 rollers to get you a nice convex edge and get a nice low angle on it really fast and easy. So you can do that. Hopefully I'm pronouncing this right, but Akio, welcome. Or, and that's like 200 some odd dollars worth of kit right there, but it makes sharpening knives so fast and so easy. You can take a knife from like dead ass dull. Jerry Curl, what's up, brother? Now you can take a knife from dead ass dull to razor sharp with a mirrored edge in about 3 minutes tops. Or if you want to spend the time on it, you can get a Work Sharp Precision Adjust Elite for 120 bucks. This will let you put a fixed angle mirrored edge on a knife, and it looks factory, and you can get them just as sharp, but it's a much crisper, cleaner looking edge. This is better for nicer knives that you don't want to ding the tip up on, because if you're on that belt grinder and you're not careful, you can see up here at the top of the bevel where the very tip, it pulls back too far. And that's what you can do on those grinders on the slack belt, is round your tip out unintentionally, and that's what I did here. So that's what I recommend. That is what I recommend for sharpening. Samuel Nordyke, Personally, there's one of two routes you can go. All right, you can buy one of the Gen knife kits, the Captain, and get you your T6 and T8 driver there and have a knife to build. But my favorite so far is the NAFS tool with the Weehaw bits, which I learned my lesson. This is a great fidget toy. But you can also just buy a bunch of like a set of small Torx drivers and do that too. So yeah, and y'all missed it. At one point I sat down to spin this for you guys, and whoo, damn near lost me again. I need to quit doing that, is what I need to do. That O-ring almost gave out and I almost lost 3 bits again. So I learned my lesson. But yeah, like, because like I'm not skilled at hand sharpening. I've practiced just a little bit on like 3 knives. Like I've tried to hand sharpen 3 times now. But that fixed angle sharpener, you don't have to have any skill. You just dial it down to the angle that you want, and then your rods are kept in place, so you just push them back and forth along the edge, and it does the work for you. No. You don't have a good way to do that without tools at the moment, and it's a Smith & Wesson, so the best way to align it is to throw it in the garbage. Yeah, I felt it starting. I was like, nope. I like my Weehaw bits. I want to keep them. It turns out there is a limit to how fast you can spin that on those O-rings. I don't think KO was in here to see that he was gifted a membership. He's gonna be pumped. Yes, Rat 1, S35VN, sir. We're finally doing some S35VN. But I mean, I will say this. I would rather have a Smith & Wesson knife than not have one at all. However, I would take a Temu knife over a Smith & Wesson without a second thought. And that comes from 10 weeks of carrying Temu knives for you guys. And that playlist just did not get the love I feel like it deserved. I may have to do a round 2 on that one just to get the eyes on it. Oh, we're back over 100 again. Yeah, you guys are just dropping in for a second. Thank you guys too, man. I appreciate y'all at least getting some eyes on it. Good Smith & Wesson knife. I'm not entirely sure that one of those words belongs in that sentence. I'll let you guess which one. No, I appreciate you being here, man. Like, everybody's time is quite valuable. Like, normally I don't gear bash, but once we hit Smith & Wesson in particular, they don't get no love here. And it's a real shame too, because Smith & Wesson, Browning, those two especially, if they would just drop something kind of like the Icon knife, that we think you got a membership. Joshua Jones, what's up? So, survival knives. Are you talking about the Rambo knife with the hollow handle in it? Zero Bites, what's up? But yeah, no, I mean, the Icon knife is well done. I hate the fact that they ripped the design off and then tried to go out of the way to pass it off as an original. You know, I hate that they did that, but if Smith & Wesson would come out with something that is of that quality and have that much splash to it, they could totally turn that part of their operation around. But they don't. They just slap their name on the worst knives that they can find. Pocket knife version. So what knife are you talking about? Because, like, any knife is better than no knife. Hands down. You know, but if what you're doing with the knife, it stands up to and you're able to carry it and you're comfortable carrying it, then yeah, it's great. Oh no, they did that on purpose. All right, that design is change it up a little bit so they don't think you copied my homework. And then they their marketing was, and we brought in an American designer for it. It's like, you did not. If you did bring in an American designer, you brought the most incompetent one on the planet in. It's just... Even if the designer they hired stole the design, it would still serve them well to come out and speak up about it at this point, because the backlash on that has been quite loud, and it has become quite infamous. I said, it sucks. If they would have come out with an original design with that kind of build quality and everything, oh my god. But what we need... What we need really is for Harbor Freight's Gordon brand to respond to the Ozark Trail dropout. Let's see what they can do for $10 with D2. Because I'll bet you if they did that... Oh, what'd you make, Zent? But yeah, like, I'm pretty sure Harbor Freight's Gordon brand could pull off a $10 D2 knife and have fewer quality control issues and maybe some better build quality than the dropout. I haven't found out who the OEM for the dropout is. Okay, Fook is on the job. Wow. But yeah, like I think Harbor Freight could probably take the dropout down. Kaysen, I think that's how it's pronounced. Yes, sir. We're testing the edge retention of the steel, just seeing how long it takes to erect the edge, and I'm hanging out with you guys while I do it. You know, good excuse for a live stream, and I feel like this is more interesting than sitting there and just looking at the screen and talking or barely reading the comments while it's happening. Yeah, I don't understand, like, if they can do Swiss Tech, then why is their quality control so garbage on Ozark Trail? Like, how and why? So, like, you know, they got a separate guy for Ozark Trail, and he's just sitting there. He's like, I'm watching my mom's OnlyFans. I can't really take a look at the knives that are running through here. Sorry, guys. Just best of luck. I hope they're good. But yeah, I finally remembered to grab my two of my dropouts. I grabbed two of my dropouts on the way out the door today, and remember to throw them in the console of the wife's car and the console of the truck, so I do have them out there now. Like, I already had a spare blade in the truck in case something happened, but I'd rather have the dropout than have an SOG Kiku clone. Oh, I hate it when the cardboard does this. Son of a dick. All right, I'm about to give up on this slice. Well, the one that went through 2 live streams, that black oxide finish survived a grand total of 14 hours of doing this, and it's still reasonably intact. This is not the Ozark Trail dropout, by the way. This is absolutely not that. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I've got one Smith & Wesson that I bought for the Super Budget Showdown. And I threw it in there just as a laugh, and it was as bad as I thought it'd be. It was just as bad as I thought it'd be. And the thing is, you know, I've had a lot of other guys, family, stuff like that, where they're like, I got this knife, check it out. And they hand me a Smith & Wesson, and I gotta be like, hey, that's cool, buddy. But more often than not, like, the frame's been broken, or the action is wrecked, or the blade itself is totally wrecked. It's just like, dude, you're breaking my heart here, man. I had higher expectations than this. But, as I say, an expectation is a premeditated resentment. Oh, nice. I gotta tell you, I love how much tape gunk sticks to your blade while you're doing this. This is gonna take forever to clean off. Patio Orangutan, good screen name. How you doing, man? Welcome. You do a line and I'll do a line, honey. You do a line and I'll do a line, babe. You do a line and I'll do a line. We'll fucking fight to the morning light. You do a line and I'll do a line, honey, baby mine. So yeah, if you're just getting here, we are running cardboard past this edge until it falls apart on the Ontario Rat 1 and S35VN. Like I'm sure somebody's significant other or something like that just heard me and they're like, "What the hell are you watching?" No, until it gets too dull to cut this worth of crap. Like you'll see at some point when the edge starts to fail, these cuts will start tearing and rolling down the length of the cardboard instead of being, you know, that. So we haven't done S35VN before, so I don't know how long to expect this to take. It's going to be probably somewhere between 4 and 8 hours. Well, yeah, definitely welcome, man. Welcome, 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 and welcome. Oh yeah, the rat one's comfortable. It's again the rat one is I think someone asked version 1 or version 2. But the rat one, I will say it's big. You got like a 3.5-inch blade. It takes up a lot of room in your pocket. I wish I could remember the name of it, but I saw someone do a short video on a device that holds your knife like this on your side. Like the tip of the blade clips into the kydex. And so it's partially open, so you grab it, and it just opens right up when you pull it out of there, which was so weird and dangerous looking, it's not funny. Okay, KO's on the job. He knows what's up. Yeah, that thing, who thought that was a good idea? Yeah, like that sounds extremely sketchy. Like extremely, extremely sketchy. Okay, yeah, there we are, the Merlin. Well, that's the thing. Is like my uncle did something really similar back in the day. That's why the action on my Buck 110 is so loose. Because he'd take like a match and wedge it down in here in the frame so that when the blade closed, it would only close about that far. So then he'd grab it and pull it out of his pocket, and the tip would catch on the hem and Emerson wave open on him. But you know, when I was a kid, I thought that was really cool. As an adult, I'm like, what the hell were you thinking, man? Like, seriously, what possessed you to do that? Mark Mack, what's up? If there's anybody here in the EU or the UK that can help him out, please do. I am not in the UK. I don't know anything about the knife market in the UK. This is like, yeah, I would have loved to have carried that 110 just for some nostalgia once in a while. But that thing, yeah, the action's too loose. It doesn't sit safely. Not all knives are illegal in the UK. However, there are a lot of rules for that. However, kind of like gun laws and stuff here that are just, they're basically there to build political careers and not really change a whole lot. The same thing with the knife laws and the knife panic over there. I don't want it fixed by Buck. Zent. But yeah, I lost track of what I was saying there. Yeah, it's just, it's kind of one of those things where, you know, and I think the UK is kind of an example of what is realistic with a lot of things. It's like we banned and destroyed all the guns. Oh my God, there's knife crime. They get rid of all the crime, the knives. Oh my God, there's so much hammer crime. You know, it's like carrying a ball peen hammer around is not illegal, but equally devastating. You know, and then hammers are going to get banned for carry. So then it'll be like wrenches. Just, you know, it'll turn into impact weapons that are every bit as devastating. Yeah. There's always a way. There's always. You know, and the thing I don't understand is how there are mass casualties in a knife attack, because that's the one thing you can say. Yeah, D2 is a good steal. D2 is a good budget steal. You know, unless you're really, really beating on your knife hard, that D2 is going to take you a long way. All right, Fook, see you in a bit. It's like, I know an Australian knife maker, and I know an Australian knife maker. He's saying, like, basically the laws are it has to be under a certain size. You cannot be able to open it one-handed. It cannot lock open. And I think there's, like, only one blade on it or something like that. Like, it's nuts. You know, it's just like, bro. And, like, yeah, a screwdriver works like an ice pick. I mean, that's the thing, is, like, you can keep banning stuff, and keep banning stuff, and keep banning stuff, and something will always come up to replace it. There will be something immediately that replaces it. Well, this is not illegal to carry. That'll do some damage. Oh, mediocre. This thing is fine right now. Like, we're not going to see a bad hot spot or hand wear in probably till about another 2 hours of this. Well, it's not necessarily about controlling a law-abiding citizen either, in my opinion. What it is someone can get themselves elected. We're going to take a strong stance on knife laws. We need stronger knife laws. And then they get elected and nothing really happens. But they got themselves elected on the back of it. I haven't messed with K110 yet. I think I have one knife in K110 that's coming up for review and carry. So I don't know how to compare that to D2. Nah, George Orwell's in his grave going, boy, did I call it or what? What are you trying to do with the knife, Mark? Are you just doing general EDC carry and light use? Like, is that what you're trying to do? Because, like, the job you're trying to do really dictates the steel you need. Any real difference? Oh, the bowler and the D2. I have to assume there's no real difference. You know, like, oh, camping and survival. Then you probably want something like S35VN. S35VN is a lot tougher. It can take a ton of abuse that, say, 8CR13 or something with a higher HRC wouldn't take. That's probably where I'd go for survival and camping. Like, I've seen some S35VN take extreme abuse, and it's affordable. You know, like, it's not out of control expensive. You know, you can go all the way up to Rex 150 whatever, or M390 or something like that, or MagnaCut or Crewwear, but you're talking about dumping tons and tons of money into something you're probably going to only use once or twice a year. Yeah, 1095, if you're willing to take care of high carbon steel and the heat treatment's done right, like the way Tops does with the Storm Vector and stuff like that, that'll get you where you want to go too, no problem. However, it's a lot easier to buy a mass market knife in S35VN. I have not tried 3V. So I know nothing about 3V. I actually had a company reach out to me about sending me stuff to review. And I got excited when I opened it up, and they're like, yeah, we'd love to send you some stuff to check out, and we'll send you stuff periodically. And then I look, it's like, it's nothing but fixed blades. It's like, you sons of bitches. Patio orangutan, my condolences. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry you got that. I mean, if it makes you happy, that's great, but I'm so sorry you got that. At least you didn't get a Gerber Quadrant. I've heard there's a fat electrician on YouTube, but no, I don't know any electricians. A good knife recommendation. Also, I don't know. There are electricians' knives out the ass. I know Klein Tools makes some that are supposed to be pretty decent. Yeah, it took me a second to process that. I'm not going to lie. This is kind of what happens when I'm trying to read like 5 different conversations in chat in one go. All right, Klein's right out. Fuck those guys. Yeah, I don't know. Obvious fake name. Not a bad name. No, I haven't tried the Roxxon KS. I haven't done anything with a Roxxon yet. All right, brother. I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for your time. Yeah, as the last time I looked at Roxxon stuff, it was nothing but multi-tools. You can do a lot better for the price than 8CR13 on a Tenacious. Oh, nice. I was a little bit bummed out. What is it? High tack knives or something like that. I reached out to them on Instagram, see if they wanted to do something, since they were sending everybody else knives to check out. You know, Mad Yako and like a couple other people. And I guess they looked at the channel and they're like, yeah, no. So just got, yeah, we're not interested right now. We got enough reviewers, but yeah, Hytron. Hytron rejected me. Which I may have leaned into. I was like, look, you'll get about 5 videos out of it, including a live stream torture testing the edge. There's a couple here that I'm interested in. And yeah, nothing. There's like, yeah, we got enough of them in reviewers' hands for now. It's like, you know. I'll be honest, if I had that youth dagger to be destroyed, that would be thrown in a fire. But that's just me. Like, we had that conversation on the last live stream. Anything like that, especially from that particular group of people, just needs to be destroyed. If they've got examples in a few museums, throw them in a fire. Okay, so the war trophy, I'm at least comfortable enough with that. All right, I don't understand collectors going out of their way to buy those things. I genuinely don't, but I will say war trophy might be the exception to the rule. But suffice to say, I do not want one in my hands. Like I've got a forge in the garage, I've got an anvil in the garage, I can turn that thing into a totally useless lump of steel and no one will ever know what it was. Yeah, no, you made a good call there, at least in my opinion. Just storing it for, it's your grandfather's war trophy. That's at least that I'm comfortable enough with. I mean, I will say something kind of an interesting piece of history is also like I'd love to get some old Soviet hand tools and stuff like that, just from Soviet Russia, peak Cold War. Like I'd love to play with some of that stuff. I actually went on eBay and looked for stuff, and it's kind of hard to find with the true not USSR markings, but like CPPN or whatever it is. Yeah, I'm there with you too. Like I would definitely feel dirty selling that thing. Yeah, there we are, CCCP. Like I said, it's one of those things where I get the relic and I get the history part. However, it's kind of one of those things too where it's like there's enough of them in museums and enough of them out there. All right, Chris Warris, I appreciate you dropping by, man. Thanks for your time. There's enough of them out there. Enough of them still exist. It's like if it winds up in my hands, it's getting destroyed. Just straight up, I don't want it. I don't want money from it. It's just like when my mom died. If she would have left me money in her estate, it would have gone straight to some charity. Like, straight to Make-A-Wish. Don't want it in my hands. Yeah, like I'd love to have some shop tools, like a vise, a table vise marked CCCP. Just stuff like that, like fixed static pieces. They're cool to have. Some wrenches, stuff like that. It's kind of where you start like confusing yourself trying to draw a line, like what's bad and what's too bad, It's like buying a black Volga. Like, is the Cold War Russian government not bad enough, or what's the difference there? I mean, like we know the difference. It's pretty obvious. Like the government was still pretty bad, but it wasn't like committing a genocide bad at the time. Jason Beecher, all right. I will see you later, man. Thank you for dropping by. Azar Kazemi, did I pronounce that right? How you doing, man? What's going on? We are checking out how long the edge on this thing holds up until I wreck it. That's what we're doing. And we are hitting the hour in mark, so that got here fast. I am going to go grab the I'll grab the giveaway knives and show them to you real quick. As soon as I finish this panel off. Illumine, what's going on? Right? Any predictions? I honestly don't have any. I haven't done S35VN before, and the reports I'm getting from people are so conflicting. Like, it's either it'll last about as long as that OS 8 does, or we'll be here all night, so I don't know what to call it. But yeah, if you want the socks back off, it'll cost $2. EWS Radio got the, all right, I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for the sub. Handmade knives are nice. They're also very expensive. Very, very expensive. I've got a friend that's a knife maker. He had the centerfold spread in the Blade Show magazine, which he makes some incredibly badass stuff. But thank you, Azar. Thanks for the sub. But he makes some incredibly badass stuff. I need to get down to his place. Like, he's got a hammer in his shop that me and him made together for blacksmithing and bladesmithing stuff. But I need to get some 5160 spring steel, and we got to make a blade with it so that we can do to it at some point. Yeah, I make the ugly and cheap looking ones that aren't very good. I've learned that. All right, so 2K giveaway knives. So of course we got the black and gray Rosecraft Castoria here, which I know she looks a little funky, but I really like this thing a lot. So we got our Rosecraft Castoria here. Okay, so I'm going to try this. Is it I am Noon? Hello, welcome. So that's the first 2K giveaway knife, which, yeah, the look on that thing is kind of polarizing, but it is what it is. And then we got the, come here, you. Oh, it is quite slicey. We did do a live stream on that. With mine, I got myself the orange one right here, and like, there's a few videos on this thing now, so if you want to see how I did with Cardboard Slayer, it's on the Aftermath playlist. But we've also got the Rosecraft Pocket Monster, which Andy at Rosecraft gave me this one to give away when I was there buying knives. You got your front flipper, you got a nice large finger choil right here. Like, I haven't carried mine yet. It's been up on the block a few times for you guys to pick, and y'all went the other direction. But this thing feels really, really solid. I do like this thing. It's like, I was there and I told him, I was like, I'm buying knives for the 2K giveaway. I like this Castoria here, so I'm going to get a second one. And he threw this thing in for me. Oh, the S35VN is doing fine, but we're only an hour in, so we're not going to see that much wear on it yet. We probably just started knocking the finest part of the apex on the edge off. We're going to take a look at that in just a minute here. So we got a Rough Rider Wasp series right here. And I forget what the pattern is. I'll have to go look it up, but so I did get something for the traditional guys right here. And I've also done a Cardboard Slayer run on the steel they use for this, and it turned out to be pretty solid. Yeah, it hasn't gotten real yet. Oh, yeah, I would not spend a penny with DHgate. What did I do wrong? That's what I did wrong, I think. And then the last one we have is a Rough Rider cotton sampler right here. Which, again, I thought something for the traditional guys, something someone might appreciate winning. And I should have gotten myself one, but I figured, you know what, I was going to do a carry and do a cardboard slayer on one with the... if I was going to do a cardboard slayer on one, it was going to be one of the multi-blades. So that is the 4 giveaway knives for 2K. And we'll get the Forbidden Moonshine out and clean this blade off and see how it does on the paper. Mad Yako, what's going on? What is going on, brother? What, did you get cash back from DHgate or something? Let's see if this will get the tape, because I'm about out of Forbidden Moonshine. No. It's going to have to be Forbidden Moonshine. Yeah, I will say, like always, the giveaway is continental US only, unfortunately. Yeah, no, I was just asking, denatured alcohol. Like, this tape residue is so hard to remove. Rough jimping doesn't always necessarily get it. Like, this has got some pretty aggressive jimping on here, too. It just depends on where the jimping is and how it hits my hand at the time. Okay. Wow, so much tape gunk on here, guys. That's enough for now, though. K-bar. So K-bar, the one K-bar folder I have is the Corsair, the US Space Force knife. I do like that one. I take it back. I've also got the Becker BK40 from K-bar. Yeah, like, we really haven't done that much to it yet. Like, just the finest part of the apex is gone. And we might be getting a small hang, or it may be getting caught on some residue. I'm not sure. Yeah, so we're basically at the same point we always are on these things. Emotional support iced tea real quick. Who is it? EDC Zone. He's down in Mexico. I know he kind of carries a lot of a lot of stuff like this himself. All right, we'll finish this panel off and we'll get into a more difficult panel in just a second here. We'll turn the Wi-Fi on, see if that doesn't make some kind of a difference. Because, like, you're not the only one. Mine was doing that too. The liner lock folder. Yeah, the blade is 3.5 inches. Yeah, I said, hey, he may have been talking about that. I said, it's hard to keep up with so many different conversations happening, which I'm happy to have you guys here. So we're slowly creeping closer and closer to me just not being able to keep up with the comments anymore. Like, we are slowly creeping up to that point. Yeah, me too. I was like, I thought it was knives too. That being said, depending on where I was in Mexico, fuck the laws I'm carrying. Oh, the Mattis Johansson, did I pronounce that right? Welcome and hello. Yeah, this one is S35VN. So the $4.87 Amazon knife, I have been carrying that. It is a knife. We'll get into that. It is getting its own Cardboard Slayer live stream. Definitely looking forward to seeing how badly it does there. But I will say, the reason the edge was so funky out of the box is because there's still a huge burr on the edge. There is still a huge burr on the edge. And I'm not planning on stropping that out because that would by default also sharpen it. Let's see if the M&M's box is too much for this thing. Yeah, I'm surprised there aren't. My next break will probably be in about an hour here, give or take, 7:20, 7:30, somewhere in that window. It's 6:25 here now. But yeah, that Amazon knife, it's unfortunate that it was a clone too. I don't know, I like these red scales. Something about it speaks to me. Yeah, some more color options would be cool. Like, this would be a great knife for like a bright green splattered zombie handle on it. 10 to what, Zint? But yeah, this would have been really cool as one of those zombie knives. Like a Halloween edition. So someone get me a job over at Ontario so I can make that happen real quick. No, it's I am no one. That's what it is. I got it wrong. I got it real wrong. This here is why I like my full flat grinds. This is still a struggle to cut, but it's still a struggle to cut, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was on the last live stream where I had to give up on these boxes. And of course, this is getting cut against the grain instead of with the grain. Yeah, no, the force is definitely fighting back. We are up to 123 concurrents. Like, you guys that are lurking and just listening or dropping by for a minute or two, thank you guys too. I appreciate the time you're spending here. A lot. Yeah, I think you're making a good point there, Mattis. You know, some knives like this, like just blinging them out with like titanium and stuff like that, seems like a complete waste. Like, this is definitely a work knife to the core. Like, it was built to be a work knife. It is a work knife. That's what you do. You work with it. Yeah, FRN does feel cheap sometimes, like really cheap. I much prefer G10 unless that FRN knocks like 10 or 15 bucks out the price. You know, like if they had an option for this in FRN that was like $28 instead of $40, that's when FRN is good. What this is not an assisted opener. Okay, are you talking about the sharp spot on the handle of the thing we're designing? Speaking of which, guys, all your super chats are going back into the channel. This last month of super chats that's showing up is going in on an edge sharpness tester so that we can get better data out of this while we're doing this, like how fast it's actually wearing versus we're going to cut a piece of paper and guess. It looks like, so KO Knives is working on designing something to my specifications to send to Jin Knives for a prototype. Getting up to 3 prototypes costs about $300. So we're looking at that. And that would mean the next batch of super chats, when we save up to that point, we'll go to get some prototypes bought and do a giveaway on one. Get one out to somebody, someone that's friendly to the channel. Then I get one and KO gets one. I thought they said 280 up to 3 of them. That's what it looked like it said when you sent me that message. Let's see. Yeah, the handle doesn't look too bad there, KO. Like, we're kind of looking at something like that right there. Yeah, around 280 for one or up to 3 samples. Ronaldo Lima, what's going on? Welcome. It's not the new handle. Either way, like that's the direction we're going in. We're looking at like a 4-inch blade that's 1.5 inches tall, like an absolute pocket sword, but kind of thinner, slicier, a little bit more daily life utility. Yeah, the socks, I'll take them off for $2. No, the Gin Vaquero is a sheep's foot blade, and definitely not the same handle. I guess it's not similar to the Gin Vaquero outside of they're both knives that would have a full flat grind on them, and they got a thumb hole. Personally, my favorite knife maker, that would probably end up being Cold Steel, if I'm being honest. They just have the most cool stuff out there, and a lot of it is just ridiculously overbuilt for the sake of being overbuilt, no other reason, which I absolutely love. Why won't the tape residue come off? Normally we can wear the tape residue off on clean cardboard. Yeah, Os 8's like D2. Good budget steel. It'll do what you need it to. If you're really abusing a knife, it's probably not going to hold up that long, but at least it's tougher than 8CR13. You know, I mean, like you're thinking the same thing. Yeah, I was about to say. Like, I like how rarely that Rabbit Dude appeared too, outside of being like one of the best action figures in that whole series. That scares the shit out of me every time, without fail. Okay, so yeah, you know, this wasn't quite where my head was going to begin with. However, if these corners right here and right here get rounded off properly so that they're not a hard 90 degree, I think you might be right there in the zone, man. Like, I like the way that looks. I really like the way that looks. Just we don't want a hard 90 on these two corners. That's the biggest thing. Like, that's the only really big thing left to fix. Yeah. So, I mean, y'all are kind of seeing in real time what we're going back and forth with. At one point, I had my kids sit down and watch the OG Ninja Turtles, Secret of the Ooze, and that third one with the time travel. which I have watched the one with the time travel bit a few times now, and I just can't ever remember what the hell was in it. I need to go back and watch that again because I enjoy it. Well, like I said, you saw the measurements that we pulled off of the what you call it, the O-knife gar. Same thickness. It already exists in a 4-inch blade. It's fine. It already exists in a 4-inch blade in D2. It's fine. Yeah, I was born in 1980. I grew up on all the pop culture back then. Well, I mean, you're kind of trying to render something 3D in a two-dimensional space. It's not gonna look 100%. Samuel, that's a bit of a toss-up, all right? I have got some Temu knives that came out as good as, or, you know, about as good as your average gas station knife. So, I mean, a lot of your gas station knives are drop shipped from China, or they're Tac Force or MTech. No, I think we put the steel right at a 1/4 inch thick. I said I am bothering. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like I said, 1/4 inch. Let me see if I've still got these. Great, the battery in my calipers is dead. Hey, look at that. Okay. We've had one appearance. Would you care to pick one out? Mattis, I appreciate you coming over here from all the way out there. Thank you so much. I never saw Rad. All right, so yeah, so like we're looking at right at basically a actually we're looking at less than a 1/4 inch thick. We're looking at 0.13 here. Like seriously, we can go down to 0.15 and be just fine. So like we're zeroed it closed. Yeah, take it down to 0.15 thick. Yeah, take her down to 0.15, KO. I'm going to try to pronounce this. Myges. Believe it or not, the Gar is not a new knife. I've had that for quite a while. It's just waiting to do a live stream. It's just waiting for the 20-sided die to pick it out. All right, let's get some more of the difficult stuff to cut. So you got to think, KO. All right, Punisher, we'll see you in a bit. Side out, no idea what that is. But you got to think, KO, we're going off of you know, we are, you know, kind of pirating off of known dimensions from knives that are designed and work, you know. If we know it works there, it's going to work here. I don't know. I've always heard cut the mustard on it with a D, so. Yeah, I figure that's one of those colloquialisms that started many years ago when society was different, and what they were referring to was something that was commonplace at the time that we'd have no idea about. Like we'd have no idea why in one of those states it's illegal to carry ice cream in your back pocket. There was actually a valid reason for it, apparently. Please stop rolling up and trying to stab me in the hand, you piece of shit. We're going into ASMR mode. Yeah, 0.15 is going to be slightly thicker than the O-Knife Gar. We have got a 0.13 on the O-Knife Gar. Yeah, I think I might at one point have seen like a commercial for Rad. Well, all right. Yeah, Some Kind of Wonderful I also did not see. I think we may have been in different corners of the pop culture back then. Yeah, no, I know what a muster is. No, I'm just saying I assumed it was one of those random colloquialisms that, again, used to be something common years ago that we'd know nothing about now. Carbulator, welcome. I have no idea what that says. No idea. Yeah, there was a... Well, see, there was a lot I didn't see. I spent a lot of years kept very isolated. My home life was the stuff of nightmares. Like, I'm not going to go too deep into it here because that will bum everybody out immediately. But and there's a lot I missed. There's a lot I was there for. It's kind of a random mix. I will say one of my favorite 80s movies is definitely The People Under the Stairs. God, that movie was good. KO, what did you do? What did you do, buddy? I don't think we've done the blade without the handle in a good little while now. What, did you forget the spot for the lock to engage or something? Yeah, well, I mean, it's surprisingly common how many of us have suffered just, you know, terrible childhood, or at least terrible aspects of childhood, and it doesn't get talked about enough. Just because, like, it's such a deep point of shame for a lot of people, and it's so uncomfortable to talk about that it just kind of stays buried. Yes, it is with Ving Rhames. Like, the only real qualm I have with The People Under the Stairs is one of those where it's a slow burn, like tension, 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 tension. Oh, the thing happened. Oh, wow, shit. I thought it was like 1984 or 5. All right, well, it's almost an 80s movie. Gotcha. Yeah, we just covered. We just figured that out. I thought it was like mid 80s. No, 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 no. I said I thought it was early 80s, like earlier in the 80s. But again, my brain is completely scrambled, especially going back into that part of my life. So I'm not going to hold myself responsible for the mistake. It's your fault. Got you. Like, you're getting into technical stuff I'm not too familiar with, but I will trust you that you made a goof there. I never got to see that, but it looked like it would be a fun movie. It looked like it would be fun. And let me tell you, though, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? That, as a child, when that came out, seeing it in the fucking theaters, that was a 175% mindfuck. Like, I mean, I think that's like the first time really that we saw cel-shaded animated characters on screen with live people, and then the first time we saw like Warner Brothers and Disney characters on the same screen at the same time. That piano duel between Daffy Duck and Donald Duck is still the stuff of legend. Oh, brother, believe me. If I was still back in my stoner days, I would have loved to be able to watch that baked, but like my stoner days, we just had whatever was laying around to work with. We were living like it was the ghetto. Hood rat ass existence. and we did not have that particular video on hand. But, oh no, like you're talking about 24/7 stay and bake, 24/7 stoner. And, whew, buddy. A lot of my time was on the PS2, a lot of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, a lot of Rage Racer and stuff like that. You know, like we'd occasionally get TV in. We'd just stick a wire into the coax port and then run that all along the ceiling to make a big ass antenna. And then we'd occasionally be able to watch TV. Let's see, where the hell is it? Because I mean, all you gotta do is use standard size screws that fit anything. Like you're overthinking it, dude. Yeah, like that whole thing was a mess. As a matter of fact, for a while there in that house, our power got cut off. So we were going outside during the day and taking 2 wrenches and jamming them in the box where the meter was. We just take the meter out and jam the wrenches in there. And we kept the lockout tag in just good enough shape. Shouldn't that be available on Google pretty easily? Well, that's the thing is, you know, we had these electrician's pliers with just gigantic insulators on them. And at one point, I'm putting the wrench in there, the second wrench, and my arm does something and moves a little bit, and I touch the side of the box. Giant flash of light. Giant. And the wrench got welded to the pliers. The wrench got welded to the pliers. And like I'm standing there, and of course I'm like, okay, I'll just put them back in more carefully after I broke the wrench off of the pliers. And then I told the guys about it when I went back in the house. I'm like, hey, be careful with this. And so one of our other guys was putting them in using cheap, like Dollar General garden shears or pruners. He did the same thing, and it welded to the wrench just the same. But I guess that plastic was just good enough to keep him from getting shocked. Oh no, I should have died, absolutely. Oof. Oh my God. So I saw a video that I saved in my archive on YouTube. I guess this guy was like going to hold the knife down on a steel plate and slap the back to show edge retention. But he was holding it upside down, and he just full bean slaps it, and he picks his hand up and he has to like pull the knife back out, and you can see it break loose and smack the table like that. Oh my God. Thankfully, the blood didn't start flowing when they cut the video off. But I cannot imagine how bad that wound up being. I think he's like, I mean, that's the thing is like, we're looking at basically a standard size, pivot screw, pivot pin, standard size, screws to hold the scales on, because the scales aren't going to be any thicker than this, really. They're not. I mean, that may be something to just pass along to Jen while you're sending him the files. Is we're going to use the same screws you use for all of your scales and all your stuff. We're going to use the same pivot screws, everything else. Like, we're going to use the same pivot. Like, just... And let us never forget the video of the guy standing there at the counter at Walmart or something like that, who's looking at a knife and just turns it backwards and stabs himself with it, and then freaks out when he's stabbed. I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be that. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It's like you can take a look at other big pocket cleavers and kind of take a look at where their screws are and put them in the same place, basically. Yeah, I tried setting up Twitter when it first came out. Like, I set up an account, and then one guy followed me on it for I don't know what reason. And then I realized it was too much effort to use yet another platform when it was just Facebook and Twitter, basically. And so I was just like, I'm never going to use this. And I don't think I ever actually posted anything on it. Well, that's the thing, is like the knife I'm designing is basically kind of a cross between something like this with the blade, but you're looking kind of more along the lines of, oh, I don't know, just picture a big ass pocket cleaver that kind of runs like one of these, flipper tab, liner lock, all that, but with a blade like this, full flat grind, like a 1/4 of an inch thick at most. You know, and it's just kind of a pocket cleaver, but it's a 4-inch drop point instead of a cleaver. Well, what I've been using is a denatured alcohol. It's just I'm running out, and I don't think I have more acetone here either. I think all my acetone evaporated. So let me take a look real quick. Yeah, I think the acetone I had over here is all gone too. I believe I am running out of blade cleaning supplies. Oh yeah. Let me poke my head in the garage real quick just to see for my own edification. I know I've got something in there somewhere, which we're going to need shortly. Okay, we got more forbidden moonshine. Oh, God. I sniffed it a little too deep. Rock59T, what's up? Welcome. But yeah, I had a half a gallon of acetone that I forgot about. So let's give the acetone a shot, see how much easier that does with the tape residue. Because we are at the 2-hour mark, which means we can take a brief interlude. Oh, hello. Looks like this forbidden moonshine is a lot better. We'll have a stopping pen. Alright, we just upgraded our forbidden moonshine, gentlemen. Yeah, I forgot I had that in there, I'll be honest. Alright, let's take a look at where our edge is sitting right now. We've gone through some harder to cut stuff. What do we have here? This is looking pretty standard for most steels we've done so far. When we do get a snag, it snags. But that is quite intermittent. The edge still looks okay. Well, here's the thing. All right, the company we're talking to, Gin Knives, they make the Captain Knife Kit, the Vaquero Knife Kit, the Chubby. They said they're already working on a pocket cleaver. Because I asked them about that specifically last time I was in contact with Emma. So they should already have the parts there. You know, while I want this to be something that meets my specifications, I also want it to be the most off-the-shelf, bog-standard parts putting it together possible to make it cheaper and easier to make. Because the whole idea here is to have something you can buy, especially with gin, a kit you can buy for 35, 40 bucks and put together a nice big-ass beefy 4-inch pocket sword. Let me go grab a pizza box. Coming back. Don't leave me. Don't leave me like my mother did. Oh yeah. Who else here? EWS Radio. Do you want to pick a figure out? So we still got the Alien, the Mummy, the Knight, the Grim Reaper, the Robot, the Ninja, and the Frankenstein. And this is our emotional support caffeine for the night, and I'm not sure whether or not I'm actually going to like it. Well, someone's got to pick it. Someone. Mediocre, you can pick it. I know, no, we're using a drop point. No, we're doing a drop point. Like, I like my drop points, and you don't really have enough of, outside of cold steel with the triad lock, you don't have something like this with a liner lock that, that's a drop point. They're all cleavers. They're all cleavers. Yeah, you know I spoil you guys. It's pizza box time. We're gonna get Frankenstein out here for mediocre. We know it's a zombie, but we know it's a zombie, but we've been calling it Frankenstein for so long that, well, that's all it is now. Okay, let's get into the pizza box. You know I spoil you guys. I am sure the knife will cut pizza. That being said, I don't like the thought of having to wash something like that out unless I'm absolutely forced to. Like the Civivi Mastodon. I carried that with me to a friend of mine's wedding, and it was sort of a destination wedding, and they rented out like we were there overnight. It was at a resort of, it's kind of hard to describe, but I came in with leftovers from the dinner the night before, and there was no silverware in that place at all. Like, I found a plastic fork that I thought might have been clean. That's the only piece of silverware in there. So I had to use the Mastodon to cut the steak up. And even then I'm like, I don't want to have to clean this. Like, I don't want food all up in the moving parts here that are hard to get cleaned out. I don't like that thought. Not saying I won't do it if I don't, I won't do it if I have to, because I will. But I try to avoid it if I can. I'm sure, there he is. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure KO is still here. Yeah, he's been here watching the whole time. He knows. Dylan Kaufman, what's up? Welcome. How you doing, man? One day, I'll be able to really spoil you guys and get a Domino's pizza box. One day. Well, like I said, we're not doing a sheep's foot. We're not doing a sheep's foot. We're doing a drop point. That's the whole thing. Like I'm not doing a sheep's foot. I'm not doing a cleaver. I'm doing a drop point. I said drop point, not sheep's foot, not reverse tanto. It's a drop point. Yeah, like I said, everything that's not a cold steel, like cold steel will do big ass 4-inch drop points. However, it's on a triad lock, and I like the triad lock, but you know, I want a liner lock, I want bearings, I want like the modern amenities on something that I can carry day in and day out, and do that. Yeah, Wesson is kind of right there on the line too. Like that Wesson giant knife is definitely in the back of my head when I look at that thing. But you know, Wesson also, I think they're way more money than I want to spend on them, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, those are the newest picks, dude. Those are the newest ones. Yeah, no. I mean, if for some reason everything works out, if everything works out and that winds up being in production through some weird voodoo magic, I'd definitely be taking a look at different blade shapes on it, kind of like you know, just do different series, different blade shapes. There probably would be like a Warncliffe. There might be you know, a Tanto point. Like personally, I'm not that big of a fan of Tantos just because, well, they're difficult to sharpen and have them look anything. It's real easy to sharpen them and have them come out looking like shit. They're sharp, but that point's messed up. You know, so it's like Tantos look cool, but God, they are. Oh, dude, you're good. Like Tantos aren't very sharpening friendly in my experience. I know if you put some practice into it, you can get the hang of it, and God almighty, this cardboard dust does a wonder on your sinuses. I haven't even finished cutting that panel. Oh well. Extra panels for more cutting. I mean, my junk is a three-handed carry. Like back when we lost air conditioning, I tried putting a bag of frozen peas on my crotch to cool down, and it was like putting a postage stamp on a basketball. All right, we'll take a look at that in a little bit. I got some more wear and tear on this edge. Stuff's not hard to sharpen without a choil, although you might bump into your plunge a little bit. But I mean, kind of at the point you're sharpening your knives, one, you've been using it. Two, it's no longer going to be factory anyways. So, like me personally, if you scratch that choil up a little bit, it's not the end of the world. But you also don't use the blade all the way back. Like you're not going to do a lot of cutting right in here on the blade, right in here. So like you can stop just a little short with your sharpening, and it's going to be fine too. Well, yeah, I mean, reverse tanto is just a straight line. It's going good, dude. We're doing our cutting with this bad boy right here and hanging out. We're give or take 2 hours of cut time in, and it's still doing fine. Right. Right. Well, slicey depends on a lot of things. You know, and like the Tantos that I've had, a lot of them, the blade steel has been unnecessarily thick. And the grind's been way too obtuse for a lot of slicing power. So I haven't really dove into those too much, but I've seen people get really butthurt when I'm like, I don't like Tantos that much. They look cool enough, but I'd rather have a drop point. That's it. It all boils down to what that maker decided to do with the grind. I've seen good ones, I've seen bad ones. You know, I've seen them where they're like, no, we want this blade to, we want the steel to be as thick as humanly possible, and we're going to start the bevel down here. So it's like trying to cut with an axe, basically. I don't know who okayed that, but whatever. Somebody clearly doesn't like being happy. Yeah, I think the drop points, the blades that I did sharpen, hand sharpen, the drop points weren't too bad. Sorry, my facial hair is quite overgrown, and it is driving me insane. Like it's hitting my nose in all the wrong places, among other things. I've been too lazy to deal with it for weeks. I've got to deal with it tomorrow whenever I go to jump in the shower and get it under control. I just got my first haircut in like 6 months or something like that. Just kind of didn't have the money to do it. And we finally had enough petty cash laying around to make it work. All right, KO, see you in a while, man. How dare you ignore people, you son of a bitch. What the hell was it? I saw a Kershaw. What the fuck was it? I saw a Kershaw somewhere. It was like, that might turn my opinion around on Kershaw. I cannot remember what the hell it was. Now it's going to bother me for the rest of the night. Yeah, the black talon is the one that's like curved and serrated the whole length, isn't it? Like, I'll be honest, if I did somehow wind up with knives winding up in production, which, you know, that is a pie in the sky dream. Like, I would totally do that. A knife called Dayfook, and spell it like that. Like, I imagine there are situations where that blade on that cold steel would probably be really, really useful. Like, really useful. And ever hitting any of those in my day-to-day life. And I think one of my problems with doing like knife design stuff is the stuff that I would take inspiration from is really, really difficult to figure out how to make work. Well, 3 if you count your mom. Well, no, I mean, hawk bills are definitely useful for a lot of different cuts, but those are all drag cuts. And of course, in a self-defense situation, a hawk bill is not a bad thing to have on you. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. My sinuses are going haywire, guys. Like, I mean, for self-defense, a karambit's basically an optimized hawk bill for fighting. I mean, that's the kind of thing where, you know, designing something. This is where KO Knives just hit me up. He's like, hey, draw something that you'd want made. And so I was like, all right, cool, we'll do that. And he's kind of been taking it from there. He likes doing the design work on stuff and coming up with his own designs. So I'm not sure what possessed him to run with this so hard. But I mean, if we ever get the design finalized and he's comfortable getting it sent out, I'd love to just be holding a prototype of it. But like the stuff that I draw inspiration from too, if it's not going to be just kind of something along the more mainstream mundane line that, you know, it's just stuff that I would like addressed that's not out there or easy to find out there or affordable out there, is you get into stuff like these guys. You know, you got the CRKT Dactyl, which that thing, you know, this is the kind of stuff I'd love to be designing, but there hits a point where like you have to have pretty intimate knowledge of how things work to really put it together. And then of course you got the snap lock right here, which is kind of the same deal. You know, and you got the snap fire, which is upstairs. You know, the snap fire is upstairs, but that thing is truly, truly a marvel. You know, I'd love to be designing stuff like that, but that's where you kind of run into the wall where it's like you got to have a really, really intimate knowledge of, you know, how materials work together and all that, and some engineering know-how that I good and well don't have. You know, that CRKT Van Hoy Snapfire, that thing is something truly, truly special. You know, or the Manus Gearhead, or the Camillus Lever Lock. Like, I'd love to be able to design something like that, but you're talking about, like, basically having my hands in it for years and really knowing what I'm doing. And that's not the direction life took me. Oh, I'm sure somebody could do it for $20. Although I don't know who's going to have the idea to put a button-activated compression lock on anything. There's someone out there that could and would do it for 20 bucks, though. With where my life's at right now, it's not something that I could devote a ton of time and energy to. But the channel if the channel keeps growing like it is right now, which of course I'm not going to have another Ozark Trail axis lock to fall back on for another burst of growth for a while. Like, the reason that we hit 2K and the reason we hit it as fast as we did is if you go back and look at the first Ozark Trail dropout video I did like a few weeks ago, I was at 1,430 subscribers. And now I'm at 2,000. So I'm not going to have another one of those to fall back on unless I get real creative and catch something real early. I knew what I was doing when I got that, and I knew what I was doing when I started doing videos. Now, if the channel keeps growing the way it is and it winds up being able to become like a full-time thing, yeah, if it was all I had to work on. But, if the channel grows enough that I can justify doing stuff like buying equipment and all that, and, doing stuff from there, I might be able to start really working on knife designs as a side gig and really working on putting stuff together. My problem would be building prototypes. Like, that's where I'd start to run into issues, because, like, you kind of want to be able to build your own prototypes for stuff if you're going to do that. And that's where you run into headaches. Like, I'm not geared to build prototypes. Now, one of my guys, one of my Forged and Fire guys, Eduardo Saul, he may have a knife for me at Blade Show when I go next year. He showed me a prototype, and I was talking to him about it. He's like, yeah, it's going to be about 650 bucks. And, here's the thing, Lumen. Here's the thing. All right. I have got a full-time job that is not paying all the bills right now. All right. That is my first and only priority. This I'm doing because I'm passionate about it. I am trying to grow the channel and build it into something, but even if it wasn't growing, I'd still be doing this just because I enjoy it. This is right now a hobby. It's going to need to bring in enough money to justify diverting that much of my time and attention to make it worth my time. All right. There's a point where being an adult, the things that take priority are your first priority. End of story. And in this case, it's trying to get the bills paid. As much as I don't want to have to do it, well, like, the channel is the way. Like, the channel, if it keeps growing, is my path to doing stuff like that. But even right now, the channel is not my first priority during my waking hours. Feeding it and doing content for it, it is time and energy that, oh yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. It's time and energy that under any other circumstances I would be spent trying to rest or trying to figure out some way to bring a few extra bucks in, because, like, there ain't enough. I don't have enough ass left after I get home from work to think about trying to pick up another part-time job. Like, right now, the 40 hours a week I do is destroying me. But it's like the super chats when those come in. Like, I'd love to be able to say, hey, that's mine. I'm going to start, buying stuff for the house with it, or stuff like that. But that's got to go back into the channel. But That being said, if I can keep building the channel and the ad revenue starts picking up, that can be to help keep the lights on. All right, Fook, see you in a bit. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing now. Like, the daydreaming part is the channel getting big enough to support itself and help keep the lights on at the house. And that's realistically achievable depending on how long it'll happen eventually. The question is how fast. All right. You know, if I can find the right inroads, I can keep growing. Now, the hard part is I'm having to do this without giving knives away every week, because I don't got it like that. My job ain't paying the fucking bills. So that makes it, that's why my growth is so much more stagnant and slower than most people's, is I'm not doing constant giveaways. All right, like Tim School of Fish. He was very small when I started watching his channel, and I kind of fell in with him and a couple other guys that were on small channels when I first started doing long form content. He did a shit ton of giveaways, and the channel blew up to like 3K in no time. I don't have the means to do that myself. I don't have the means to go and do, weekly giveaways or anything like that. So that makes it really hard to grow a knife channel in particular. A lot of channels people follow strictly for the giveaways, Yeah, and that's kind of what I like about it too, is I am focused on the content. I'm focused on giving you feedback from my perspective on these things. How well does it meet my needs and my day-to-day use? What else can I think of to bring to the table that no one else is, like cardboard slayer sessions? That being said, it's going to be a much more slowly grown community. And even if I had a mountain of free knives to give away right now, paying for the shipping on them alone would kill me. Paying for the shipping on the 4 giveaway knives for 2K is gonna hurt. Because that is gonna be 30 to 40 bucks in shipping, which, if I spent... Southern Mofo, what's going on? Well, let's get you a little more roused. I put a mirrored edge on this thing at 17 degrees per side. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And she's good and dirty, too, right now. And she ain't wearing no panties. Hopefully that did it for you. But, hello and welcome. Yeah, we got the Rat 1 and S35VN. We are definitely going in on the edge, trying to wreck it. This one I got in a trade. It was used when I got it, and I have just put more use on it. And right now we're seeing how many hours we can do this before the edge is shot. We are circling in on 2.5 hours of cutting and the almost 3-hour live stream. So I think we can knock off about 20 minutes for breaks and, other such nonsense. Yeah, like, believe me, I've always got a knife on me, and the knife I'm carrying changes every week for, YouTube reasons. Speaking of which, at 8 o'clock here, whenever we stop and check the edge, I'm going to get the 2 knives for next week out, and we're going to pick out which one I carry for the next week. And we're going to be slumming it. The cardboard gets taken back to work and thrown in the baler to recycle. So the cardboard's getting recycled. Like, I get it from work, I bring it back to work once this is done. What did I get free advertising for? What, where, and why? Well, believe me, like, I can't get away with, like, stacking all this up next to the trash can on Tuesday. And I don't really feel like driving to the dump. Like, I just throw it in the back of the truck and haul it with me to work and get rid of it for free. It does not like this hot snot. Holy hell. But yeah, like I was saying a minute ago, like, there was a while there where I didn't carry a knife, just because I didn't. Well, no, I take that back. I think I've almost always had a knife on me. There have just been periods briefly where I didn't feel like grabbing one, but I've always got something in the truck. Like, there's always something somewhere. I was like, wait a second. I've never gone where I've actively avoided carrying a knife. Yeah, I'm looking at the concurrent viewers at like 32, and I was like, we were at 120 earlier tonight. That was nice. If I'm going to carry an OTF, I'd rather have a double action. Ben Roberts, heyo, welcome. You know, I've got a single action that I just don't like. You know, I got a single action I don't like. I've got a double action that I have yet to carry for review, but it's waiting, and I do like double action a lot better. This is an Ontario Rat 1 and S35VN. They are $100. The OS 8 version is what, like 44 or something like that. So it's a little bit on the expensive side, but I traded one of our regular viewers for it. He wanted some lanyard beads, and he was trying to give me this anyway, so I was like, here, have something in return. No, it's not bad at all for this thing. You know, OS 8, of course, is not S35VN, but, you know, it's still a solid steel. Yeah, I think adjusted for inflation, that 28 probably would have equaled about 40, 45 bucks now. I'm pretty sure we all know girls like that. Thankfully, my goofy, socially inept ass is not something they would have even shown interest in to begin with, so I dodged that bullet entirely. So basically, the women that I would be interested in, or the women that I really would not be interested in, are the same ones that are just like, ew, no, when they look at me. So it's like, hey, this is perfect. This is fantastic. You know, and there were some where it's like, you know, I got a feeling they would be the ew, no, and I still hung out with them for a while. And then the more I learned about who they were and their day-to-day function and their personality, I was like, I don't want to be involved with her. Might not necessarily be a bad person, per se. Oh, nice. You know, they might not have been bad people, per se, but it's kind of one of those things where I could tell, like, we are not going to get along past the first time we have sex. Guarantee that much. You know, and I learned the hard way. You take the time to learn that about them before you start pitching the idea of hooking up or anything else. Just like, you know, like I took my time to learn that about them before I got hung up on the idea of trying to hook up with them. It's like, you know, dear God, visually quite impressive. Willing to spend time around me, all that, but then it's like, we ain't gonna get along on anything past the level of acquaintance. Time for me to move on. You know, and one of those girls, like I hung out with her, and it's like, you know, she's cool and all, but spoiled brat. She is absolutely not going to like how I deal with being treated the way spoiled brats treat people. So I moved on. However, we were at the pool, and she was wearing a two-piece, and I was not going to stand up from the deck chair when she was standing in front of me talking to me for obvious reasons. But I let go of that and moved on. Oh, nice. Very cool. But she got in her head the only reason I wasn't trying to plow her was that I had a girlfriend down the road, and I'm just like, no, that's not it. And then I couldn't figure out how to articulate that without being insulting. So it's like, yeah, no, you're wrong. Sorry. No. She can think whatever she wants, but oh yeah, no, I want a wire clip on it, if possible, just because I've only got one knife with a wire clip. I like it a lot, but most knives that have a wire clip start pushing into the money that I can't afford to spend just to buy it and carry it for a week and then throw it on the pile. You know, it's kind of a weird thing to have to mat measure. I don't know how many cuts. I don't count the cuts, but we have got about we're at about 2 hours and 15 minutes of nonstop cutting. You know, you subtract about 30 minutes for breaks and talking and showing stuff off, about 2.5 hours of nonstop cutting. Because believe me, like, cutting it like this fast for 2.5 hours, there's no way to keep track of the number of cuts at all. Well, it seems like a wire clip's something that's pretty hard to mess up, you know? Boy, the M&Ms, just like your sister, have a real tough box. No, you don't. You're not falling on my lights. Son of a bitch. Get off my lights. I didn't say it couldn't be messed up. It just seems hard to mess up. I will say I still want to know what we're going to end up running at some point in the future here that actually takes down the Ozark Trail axis lock for cut time. I am still... I both want to know, and I kind of don't want to put myself through it. Boy, you think we got Magna Cut money? Lou, what's going on? How you doing? How is life treating you, man? I am doing well enough. We are here. We are doing this. We're having a good time. Yeah, I do like how every so often someone's like, "Hey, I got something you can use a mag to cut." Yeah, don't send me anything you want back. Oh, never mind. We good. Kevin Brewer, what's going on? Brother, I have no idea. Like, that depends on your state, largely depends on your state's laws and the terms of your probation, and I know nothing about that. I have done a lot of stupid shit, but thanks to being slightly smarter than the people around me, I got out of it without a police record. I think I'm the only person that got out of my old neighborhood with a no police record. And a lot of that is the vibe ain't right, or what you're doing is stupid, I'm not participating, or the vibe ain't right, I'm leaving. Yeah, we've got an Ontario Rat 1 and S35VN. Very nice one. Again, the Ontario Rat 1 in S35VN. So it's like the coolest version of it. And yeah, like we're just about at the 2.5 hour mark of nonstop cuts, and it's still going really strong. But you know, this is probably the nicest steel we've tested. I'd be surprised if it did less than 4 hours. You know, we're getting past the point where 8CR13 craps out. So if this thing did worse on edge retention than 8CR13, I would be thoroughly pissed. And I tell you what, after last week's live stream, I went into work and my right shoulder was just blown out from all the cutting. Yeah, my admins are usually happy to check stuff out there. Okay, Saltwater Assassin. That took 5 tries to read, bro. We're checking out the edge retention on S35VN with this Ontario Rat 1, and we're just cutting until the edge craps out. And I'm hanging out with you guys. And like I just mentioned, we're hitting 2.5 hours of cut time. Oh, my work days are always 8 hours, brother. And this last week, they were stripping and waxing the floors, the stripping and waxing the sales floor. So I had to keep picking up displays and baskets and taking them off the sales floor every night. And that's a lot of awkward, heavy lifting, because I'm not gonna take everything out of those displays to pick them up and move them. So my shoulder was already tore up from the last live stream, and that did not help me at all. Yeah, most of the guys I know that are convicted felons that were going through probation and all that. Yeah, if you ever get that going, let me know. So I'd always be happy to be able to play with ideas. But like a lot of the convicted felons I know, they were worried about like getting themselves off probation and stuff like that, rather than whether or not they could carry a knife. One guy, he's no longer with us, but I was quite fond of him. He went to prison for robbing a bank. All right. So he gets locked up for robbing a bank. He gets out, and then he goes and robs the exact same bank, the exact same branch, gets sent back to prison. He gets out of prison and gets his life straightened out. And then he goes back to the same bank, that exact same fucking branch, and opened a checking account. Travis, welcome back, man. You're only getting half sprinkles for this. Oh, what the hell was that? It's like, isn't it Rex something or other? So I know, yeah, Rex 121. I know Neves just did a thing with it. At least Neves, when he's doing stuff, he'll go in and he'll dice up a bunch of cardboard. His metrics are a bit different than mine, though. Like, he's counting the number of cuts so he can get the linear feet figured out. But, like, you see how many cuts that we have made on this so far while I've just been sitting here talking in the last, what, like 3 minutes? Yeah, no, he opened a checking account at that branch. So you can see this is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, about 18 feet of cuts right here in the last couple of minutes. Right! The exact same teller is like this guy again. Especially that last visit to open a checking account. Yeah, I know I'd talked to Max Level EDC on a stream at 1.2. Like, he dropped by for a little while, which was really cool. Neebs dropped by on the last stream. That was awesome. But yeah, like, I know it was Max Level EDC saying I needed to branch out and do stuff other than knives. And it's like, bro, I don't have a good way to carry and test other knife, like stuff besides knives, really. I don't have an environment where a multi-tool is going to be used at all. If anything, I might use the Phillips head screwdriver once in 6 months. Lou, I'm not going to find out how fast I can cut because I like my blood to be inside me where it belongs. I'm sure I could cut faster, but I don't want to. I like how, like, I'm reading the comments on the phone that I upgraded out of to get the one that I'm filming this on, and every time I come in here and start a live stream, I see a week's worth of old notifications piled up. Yeah, so it's like, if I don't have a good way to carry and use it, I can't really do a fair review, especially not a fair review over time. Yeah, outside of saying it was offensive to carry or it was inoffensive to carry, it wasn't a problem. That's all I can say about it. So I didn't find good ways to use it. Really, your glare there, you've got a bunch of goop from packing tape on there, and then the edge is all shiny. But the edge was mirrored to start off with. Rodrigo Pirani, I am cutting to see how long it takes to destroy the edge on this knife. That is why I'm cutting. This is our normal live stream format. We just see how long it takes to wreck a knife. And God, the layer of goop on this is so thick now. Okay. So we got a new variety of Forbidden Moonshine. Ugh. Well, the old Forbidden Moonshine was isopro or denatured alcohol. I ran out of that. All right, Jerry, dude, I appreciate you being here this long, man. I'm assuming it's going to burn about the same as the original Forbidden Moonshine if I had a cut to test it out on. But like y'all saw it, the last 3 or 4 times I had brand new cuts from the start of that live stream. Still no reaction to the denatured alcohol. That layer of tape gunk was so thick, you guys. Like that might be the thickest I've ever seen tape gunk. Yes, sir. S35VN. Thank God I never got into Everclear. Especially not how much I liked mixing drinks with Gatorade. Oh my God. Like that would have been some alcohol poisoning. Like the last time I mixed anything with Gatorade was vodka, and I figured I'd drink and relax while I got the basement cleaned up and organized and got all my stuff boxed and labeled and all that. So I start poking around in the basement, digging stuff up. I'm drinking and making through my first bottle of Gatorade with some vodka in it. I forget how much, but it was pretty strong. I go in for my second, and I wake up the next morning. There's no hangover, thank God. But I grab my buddy Steve, and I'm like, "Hey, let's finish the basement up. I still gotta finish that up." He's like, "You finished it last night." I did. Bro, no one's seen news radio recently enough for that to be valid. I missed that show. But no, I go downstairs and everything is in boxes. It's organized. I wrote the name, or I wrote what's in the boxes on every single one, and it was the best handwriting I have seen out of myself since 4th grade. I'm just walking around for the next 6 hours going, what the fuck? Why won't this gunk come off? Y'all see this? It is soaking, literally soaking in acetone. Yeah, brother, I am 44 years old, man. I am old enough. Okay. The blade is clean. This does work better than the old Forbidden Moonshine. I'll give it that. Let me try to pronounce this. June MCL, we'll go with that. I am cleaning off all the tape residue that came from the boxes so that we can see how well it's still cutting on some copy paper. If it still has the tape on it, it won't cut the paper worth of crap. It'll get stuck on the paper. Well, as far as the context of the show, Andy Dick being there didn't bother me that much. I always like the weird little guy in the show like that. And Andy Dick bouncing off Joe Rogan it was great. Did you see that picture of Tom Green and Andy Dick dressed up as each other? Okay, so we are getting some snags here. Definitely got some snags. Like I can still get pretty clean cuts if I drag it just right. But yeah, definitely some snagging. I don't see anything rolled. Definitely got some snags. I don't think there's too much of a difference outside of a diagonal cut's easier to like finish and take it off of the end of the paper. But even then, like the fact that we're snagging like that after 2.5 hours of cut time is just a bummer. Kevin, yeah, a strop. We are going to strop it at the end of the night. I've got 5 strops of diamond paste on them that can bring something back from the dead like that. But, you know, like it's not catastrophically damaged. It's not catastrophically worn, but that snag right there is a bit of a surprise. Right. Like, I thought this would run longer than 2.5 hours before we started seeing that big of a snag. I did. I had high expectations. All right, emotional support caffeine it is. Let's find out whether or not I hate this. I don't hate it, but it's not great. Well, no. So, like, I have been doing these live streams for a while. I think I've done 28 or 30 of them. Yeah, Ghost. So we know what does and doesn't need to be done. This can easily be stropped out, but we are not done destroying the edge yet. We're nowhere close to done with this thing. But we're about 3 hours in, so I'm giving my hand a bit of a rest and taking 5. And then we're going back in. Yeah, I don't have flits. What I do have is a half a gallon of acetone. Well, I've also got my emotional support nicotine right here, too. Which today's blend is vanilla custard, cinnamon Danish swirl, and banana. This is something that I make myself. Like I make my own e-liquid. So this is, again, vanilla custard, cinnamon Danish swirl, and banana. If you've ever seen the Urban Legends line, it was an e-liquid that was available at, like, I think back in, did I start in 2018? I think I started in 2018. And that was available at a lot of shops then. I don't know if they still sell it now, but they did one called Mothman that was pretty good. So I can actually do a pretty good approximation of a Twinkie flavor. I have got vanilla cupcake and toasted marshmallow. Like that vanilla cupcake is pretty damn close to Twinkie to begin with. Oh no, this is 3 milligram, dude. I am running 140 watts on this big ass tank. There is no fucking way in hell I'm running 20 milligram. Like, a cloud that big on 20 milligram would put you out of commission for the next 3 days. If you've ever made yourself Nick sick on accident, you know. Like, you're fucking done. You're cooked. Yeah, but how many watts are you pushing at 20 milligrams? It's like, that is kind of impressive, actually. My hat is off to you, sir. Because I did 12 milligram at like 30 watts on some dual Clapton coils. And, bro, instant Nick sick, and I had to go right down to 3 that night. Like, there was no taper, there was no nothing. Like, 3 was the limit. Not. Fook! Y'all see that, right? Fook lives again. June MCL. We're just going to go with that. Pick a figure out. We have still got the Ninja, the Grim Reaper, the Robot, the Mummy, the Knight, or the Alien. Alien it is. Because we got to lower the property value somehow. Yep, we lost 2. Got to get it once in a while. Thank you for the sub, man. God, yeah, I tried one of those old e-cigarettes from way back when. Those ones that look like a cigarette, but the tip lit up blue or green. I got it from Quick Trip, and that just wasn't doing it. Oh, you cannot tell me that this edge has already given up. I've only got a small handful of fixed blades. Where I work and everything else, I can't really carry a fixed blade. I can carry a folder as long as I keep it, tucked away. I'll use the folder in the back room, stuff like that, but I can't really have a fixed blade on me. I got to be dressed business casual, nice pants, a button-up shirt, a belt, black shoes. So like a fixed blade ain't going to happen. Like, I'd love to be able to really carry a fixed blade and do reviews on those and do it right. But, because that would open up so many more avenues for content creation on the cheap. But if I can't carry it and really use it and get a feel for day-to-day life with it, I can't really do a fair review on it. Like, there's nothing there that I can do that's really going to justify it outside of do the thing I hate, where it's like, take it out of the box, look at it, this thing's great, and then put it up and never use it. Because, like, as it is, I'm burning through a knife every week. Like, I'm burning through a knife every week for content. Like, this one got carried for its week. It got its videos. So after this, it'll go in the drawer with the knives that I really like. And then it won't be seen again. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot. We got to pick out next week's knife. We're going to be slumming it, though. I got to have my good week with this, so we're back to cheap ones. Yeah, but still, like, it's just that handle sticking up is still going to be a problem. And I also don't need that handle digging into my side while I'm, like, doing a lot of stuff. We're going to get the options. I don't think I'm going to be happy either way. I'll be honest. Let's go get them. Okay, so. We have got this generic Fox Edge from BattleBox, which I'm going to have to look up the specs on. And then we've got the Camillus Cirque. So we got the Camillus or the Fox Edge. All right, Lou, have a good night. Appreciate you being here. But no, it's like, the other thing too is you got handles sticking up out of your waistband, and as much as I move around and find myself on the floor and standing back up again, I don't need that digging into me under my rib cage. All right, so we got one for Fox Edge. We got one Fox Edge vote. 3 Fox Edge. And we're up to 4 Fox Edge and 1 Camillus. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's again. Gareth HB, what's going on? How you doing, man? We're doing good, man. We are tearing up the edge on a Ontario Rat 1 and S35VN. And apparently, I'm getting stuck dealing with the Fox Edge all week and getting that out of the way. Y'all are getting a preview. There's already a bunch of blade play and rattle in it. It hasn't even been carried yet. No, but at the very least, that week will be over and done with. Not looking forward to that mess, but it'll be all right. We haven't done S30V yet. We got a bug out in the mix for when I do a random knife roll. But we're going to get eventually. We do have the badge for channel members, and we do have the emoji for channel members. But if you're talking about like a physical... yeah, it's OS 8, and it's got that carbon nitride titanium coating on it. The Fox Edge, I'm not sure about. I looked up the stats on it once a long time ago, and I can't remember what it was because it's been some weeks since I looked it up. I believe I've seen a sumo several times in some of my Faceballs groups, but I don't remember what it looks like. Oh, gotcha. I don't think I've heard a lot of good things about the sumo, but again, I'm kind of going off a faulty memory here. Yeah, channel members get the thinking duck emoji. They get the knives, I guess, logo emoji, and then all the butthead figures. Like I said, it might be good, and I'm just not remembering it right. Yeah, you see the guys with the green names? So, like, if you look at a video where you got that white join button next to the channel name or the video title, that's how you become a channel member. There's like a, I think, $3 monthly fee or something like that, which I've got to start doing more members only content. I do. I'm having a hard time figuring out how to really generate new content there for that. But I've also got members only giveaways lined up too. So like channel members are gonna have a chance to enter for, like, I think the next one's gonna be a Sin Cut Crowley. It's been used, it's been carried, but you know, that is an exclusive members only giveaway right there. So I got to be doing more for that. I know I do. Super Steel Steve, they definitely don't have to do that. I mean, one of the first rules is never, ever, ever send me anything that you want the first chance of seeing come back to you. I don't need that. I don't need the burden of trying to get stuff sent back. I already have so little free time and energy that it doesn't happen. Like, and I also don't want to be on the hook for the risk of USPS just totally losing it. Although I gotta ask, what did you do to redo the heat treatment? Like, especially on a blade that's already finished like that. Although I will say, I feel like
Garage door. Hey, honey.
hey, beautiful.
It's my half anniversary.
For what, 6 months of working there? It seems like it's been longer.
No. You want a macaroni and cheese bite?
Not right now.
I was gonna say I could feed it to you while you do that.
The guys say hi.
Tell all the gentlemen, and if there's a lady, hello.
Yeah, I guess shoot me an email, man. Like, I'll figure out when to set up a live stream for that. Get that in the midst of everything else. Yeah, we just it's like, no, the reason I was asking is like, I know, like, I have done my own, like, far from professional knife making. Like, I know just enough just enough to know a little bit about it a little bit. Like some stuff I've made, like I made my first billet of Damascus that I made. I got this out of it. A little Kiradashi. I made 93 layer raindrop Damascus right here, and I got this far into making it and grinding it, and then I found this delamination in there. You okay?
I just listening and watching.
Oh, gotcha. But this delamination, after about 10 or 11 hours of work on the hammer and God knows how long grinding and etching, still salty.
You made me that railroad side
knife. But the tape is, of course, back on there. I've already cleaned it off like 3 times. But, you know, trying to get something that thin heat treated without it warping and without overcooking the edge. And then dealing with like scale coming onto it and getting that ground off, like, that seems like it would be harder than necessary. God, I hate it when it does that. But that also does seem like it was something fun to just screw around with in the shop. Like, I'm assuming doing the heat treatment, you probably did that with a kiln. Doing that with a forge, I imagine, would be a lot more of a headache to clean up. And of course, my heat treatments are the brute to forge. Pull them out the forge, do a canola oil quench, and then throw it in the oven at 400 degrees. Once or twice. Yeah, I never got to play with the stainless steel wrap, which I imagine would have made some of my things a bit easier to deal with. However, I've only made a handful of knives and quickly discovered I don't quite have the patience to do it right, but I was also starting on like full-size bullshit. Like, this is one of the first things I did right out of the gate when I got my forge and didn't know what the hell I was doing. The only thing I can really say about this, this good is I cut the skin off a bowling ball to make these scales. I'm actually very proud of that, and I haven't been able to replicate it. But those are beautiful. However, there's a ton of lightning bolts where there's micro fractures because I just stuck it in the forge and it got overheated right here and went straight in a bucket of canola oil that wasn't preheated. I'm so glad I didn't go out there and play with that thing. I've never done an air quench. It's like my brain doesn't think in air quench terms. See, I love it when people do stuff like that. Like, is that's the exact kind of thing where if I had the tools for it and I had the knowledge, and like after I did the first one, it would wind up every single one that I did, unless it was something expensive. Like, You know, like all the knives that I have here, I probably would have run through a new heat treatment cycle just because I could. It's like, no, I want mine to be more special than yours. Yeah, it's crazy to think about it is, you know, metallurgy is like amount of time about that big compared to that for the time working off of stone, you know? Like humanity hasn't had metallurgy for very long compared to the rest of our history as a species. Millions of years of stone and a couple thousand years of steel and bronze and copper. Yeah, one thing, so I got a friend of mine that's a professional knife maker too. That I was talking about him earlier. He had the centerfold spread in the magazine at Blade Show this year. I want to get down to his place because I want to do something with a 5160 and get a chunk of that and get a knife made out of that to try out here. We do cardboard here also. Hey, John Smith. We kind of keep this the same across the knives so we have at least some kind of reliable metric for it. So like, you know, if I was to break away from cardboard and start cutting up old shoes or something like that, I don't have enough old shoes to do that for every knife to get at least some kind of fair comparison for edge retention. And if obsidian wasn't impossible to really do this with, I'd be all about that. Sweden EDC, welcome. We are doing the Ontario Rat 1 and S35VN. Yeah, here's the thing about that. This cardboard is free. I can bring all I want home from work and do this to it and then take it right back to work and throw it in the baler to get recycled. I don't have access to a ton of free rope. You know, cutting rope like this for 4, 5, 6 hours straight would get expensive real fast. It's like this live stream, I've been doing this for 3 hours and 35 minutes now. Our record is 8 hours and 48 minutes. That is an ungodly amount of rope, dude. Clamp, what's going on? Welcome, man. I will say, like, you know, all in, we're probably a little over at about 3.5 hours of cutting time. And this hot spot right here hasn't really gotten torn up that bad yet. The ergos are good. Yeah, like if obsidian wouldn't shatter within the first 3 cuts, we'd have some fun with that here too. But there's not a way to make obsidian do this for long. So I do not resharpen until the edge is completely gone. Like when every single cut on here, like pretty much this right here, this is what we're looking for out of every 2 out of every 3 cuts. And then we'll take a look at resharpening. And at that point, the live stream's done unless I can figure out something else to waste time with. Blinded Starflight, what is up? I was wondering where you were. Ghost energy drinks aren't that good. They're kind of trash. Eurozix? No, I don't. I work at a grocery store, so while we're throwing stock on the shelves, I can take as much cardboard as I want home. I can cut it up and take it right back and throw it in the baler. Trust me, if I was paying for this cardboard, I'd have to be making a nice little chunk of change every stream to cover that cost. But on that note, thanks to you guys, at the end of the month, we are ordering the edge sharpness tester. I'm looking forward to that. Like, mention it once in a while, because when you guys do super chats and donations, they go back into the channel. Ontario Rat 1 S35VN. But those go right back into the channel. Ad revenue, that's going to be mine to help keep the lights on, but EWS Radio has been waiting on someone to get the socks off. If Evasive Floppy Disk is here, you might have a bidding war. Which I'm not 100% sure what we're saving up for next. If we hit the point where prototypes of the knife that I'm designing with KO knives actually get made, then that may be buying a small batch of prototypes, one for a giveaway, one to send to a bigger channel, one for me and one for him, depending on how that works out. But that is a maybe right now. Maybe saving up for that. Maybe saving up for a better sharpener than the one I use now. Maybe going for the Precision Adjust Professional. I'm not sure yet. And this box of scraps is full. Y'all, it took me so many trips to work to get rid of the 28 some odd boxes of cardboard that I had stacked up over here. There was just so damn much of it to get rid of. It was like I finally got the last ones out a few days ago. Yeah, I mean, open nails are cheap enough to justify what they are. I think at one point the number 8 or whatever it is I have was something like $13 or something like that. Opie nail had the giant Opie nail that was like a foot long closed. That was $120, and I couldn't get one when they were there, and I don't see them for sale anymore. So this one in S35VN is $100. The OS 8 version is something like $45. Because believe me, I wanted that giant ass open nail pretty badly. Put a pocket clip on that bitch. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't have any case knives. At some point here in the future, I'm going to go on eBay and get one of the more beaten up case knives, because all I need is the blade to work, and sharpen that up and do this to it. So I'm just kind of curious to see how well case knives actually hold up. I know their reputation has been becoming less and less stellar, and that might be partly because their build quality hasn't really improved that much. and they've been left behind on that one. The cost is still high, and the blade steel hasn't really improved, and they're getting left behind on that too. Let me write down one of these stats here real quick. All right. Because we hit that first snag at like 2.5 hours. Okay. But yeah, Super Seal Steve, if you're still in here, something that you missed out on was everybody talking about knife design. Like, we do have something that we're working on for me that I might actually be holding a physical prototype of at some point here in the future. Yeah, I've seen the yellow Delrin on the case knives. I'm kind of not a fan. So I have got just folding knives somewhere like 200, give or take. Yeah, my favorite to carry is kind of not super relevant. Like, I've got ones that I like the Bug Out and the Devo Growler and stuff like that. But I'm on a different knife every week. You know, this week I carried this one right here and did the review on it. The reason this wasn't a random dice roll for the knife tonight is because everybody's been wanting S35VN to show up on a cardboard slayer for a while now. I wanted to do S35VN, so here we are doing that. But like normally I'll put 4 knives on the table and I'll roll a 20-sided die to pick which one of the 4 we run. Just do it at total random. This one's a dedicated live stream for the S35VN. The guys already picked out this Fox Edge to carry next week, which is going to be just gross. This thing is trash, like gas station trash. There's a lot of lock rock there too. Yeah, this thing is gas station trash. Battle Box apparently throws some absolute trash folding knives in those boxes. Don't get them. All right, Blind to Starflight, I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for your time. Yeah, good luck in your football game. Go win sport ball. Yeah, it's like, so like, and you know, like I don't necessarily have a grail knife. I will say the Hogue Misto is probably the closest thing to a grail knife I have right now, which I guess it's a grail knife, but really my jam is getting prototypes. You know, prototypes are my fucking jam. So the purpose behind it is general EDC use. Like, it's general concrete cowboy, occasionally cutting up cardboard, and, you know, general duty cutting task EDC. What I'm designing right now is going to be kind of like one of these giant pocket cleavers, but a drop point blade instead of a cleaver. It's just basically designing something that I want that's not really that available. And if things go well, like the OEM that we're talking to right now can turn that into a knife kit. Like, you order it, you get the parts, you build it yourself. for around 40 bucks ish. Just a 4-inch drop point that's 1.5 inches tall on a liner lock and bearings. So it's kind of in that vein, you know. It's also kind of like you know, carrying something like this, but with the convenience of a liner lock and being on bearings. It's just generally speaking for fun. Yeah, I mean, the performance so far on this hasn't been that impressive. You know, at 2.5 hours, we started catching a pretty big snag right about here. You know, it just wasn't cutting the paper there. Sonny, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, we're all about folding knives right here, partly because I can't do a fair carry and review on a fixed blade. I don't have a good way to carry one for a week and do a fair review on it and actually, you know, be fair. That turns into a open it, look at it on camera, say this thing is awesome, and never use it. Yeah, let me show you pictures of what the rendering looks like so far on this thing. So basically, that's the rendering right there. You got a thumb hole to open it with. You got a 4-inch drop point blade. You got a nice beefy handle on it. Fairly thin and flat. Wire pocket clip. And let's see. Yeah, the handle's not done getting rendered yet. Those 90-degree corners up here at the tip are going to get rounded out. But like we're still going through... Like, we're still going through the renderings, which Gin Knives said they'd send us like one prototype for free. So we're definitely capitalizing on that. But then that'll be in a D2 steel. At least it should be D2 steel. I don't want 8CR on it. Full flat grind. You know, something really slicey for something that large. Sonny Yavi, welcome. I have no idea what that says. Unfortunately, that is a language I cannot read. But welcome. Happy you're here. I wish there needs to be some kind of translate function on the chat in here, because I can't translate that. Yeah, like, sorry, I'm one of the unwashed masses in America in the southeastern part. Yeah, I'm assuming Russian. It might not be. But I think in that part of the world there's at least several similar alphabets and similar. Mark D. Maker, what's going on? Aiden Fauci, what's going on? Not making anything. I am wrecking the edge of this thing. We're just cutting up cardboard until the edge goes out. We've got an Ontario Rat 1 and S35VN, and just basically seeing how long this thing can go before the edge gives out. EWS Radio, thank you so much. Yes, this is a rat. Ontario Rat 1. You know, I do wish I had taken the time to learn a different language when I was younger. That being said, I took German class, and it just turned into me being an asshole to the teacher. We are 3 hours and 53 minutes into this live stream, sir. You would be surprised. One of these cut for 8 solid hours before the edge finally gave out. You'd be surprised. Ah, there we are. No, sorry, like, I'd love to be able to speak Russian. Like, I'd love to be able to you know, talk to people internationally like that. But our education system isn't that good, and, like, there's no real incentive to learn, like, something to, like, learn Russian. Like, the incentive here is to learn Spanish, which I do wish I would have taken the time to learn that. It would help me out so much now. Worst knife I've ever used. Oh my God, here we go. The single worst knife. Sativian ST155. This thing is garbage. Yep. And there are videos on it, but between the bad ergonomics, the unsafe deployment methods, and everything else, this is the worst one I've got. Now, that being said, if you're at Blade Show Atlanta in 2025 and you're the first one to spot me, you can go home with this. Yeah. Also, I don't think I said hi to you, Cap, you weird. Well, like, I've got a box of knives where the ones that I don't care that much about, that I've done all my content with, get thrown. And that one comes up a lot. If you go back and look, well, I'm not one to suffer alone. But I actually have a Hall of Shame video I did not that long ago about the worst ones that I have. And, yeah, that was the reigning champ. But yeah, dude, like, I'm assuming you're tuning in from Russia, which is really damn cool, man. I love having an international audience. I think you're the first person we've had come in from Russia. I believe you are the first. But yeah, we're closing in on 3.5 hours of actual cutting time. Well, like, yeah, the only thing let me down on the cold steel was the blade steel. That fucking ST155, like, you guys that have been here for a minute know, there is no comfortable way to carry that thing without it just being pain. Even in your pocket, it hot spots. You know, it hot spots like crazy. It's dangerous to deploy. Yeah, like, I know Russia's kind of going through it, like, really, and I don't know enough to form a lot of strong opinions outside of the obvious ones, like, the war shouldn't even be happening. It shouldn't have even started. You know, we'll go with that. But, yeah. So this thing is the Ontario Rat 1. The steel is S35VN. This is like the highest end model I think they sell. You can get them in AUS 8 for about 40, 45 bucks. This one's like $100. And because I got it secondhand, I put my own edge on there, 17 degrees per side, mirrored. That's about all there is to it. You know, the ergonomics have been really good all night. Normally, this channel right here between the liners tears this part of my hand up really bad. I've gotten blisters and stuff like that, but it's not bothering me tonight. We've been pushing it a little harder than we normally push knives. I mean, this thing's been doing fantastic. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase these things so that the channel doesn't get throttled, because apparently that subject is one where if the algorithm picks up that you're talking about it, then your video gets just gets massively suppressed. But I will say, my heart goes out to the civilians that are suffering through something they had no control over and probably did not want in the first place. Like, I can't begin to imagine living somewhere where there's the imminent threat of, you know, explosive ordnance falling behind my house with no warning for something I didn't do. You know, I can't imagine the thought of dealing with unfriendly people in uniforms showing up at my door stacked 3 or 4 deep. Not because I did anything, but because I need somewhere to hide, or they're just trying to, you know, clean everybody out. And then, you know, it's like, oh, I guess I'm going out fighting. You answer the door with a shotgun and a pistol, and whoever goes with me goes, you know? Like, I can't imagine having to deal with that day in and day out. Well, at least here, we're not mad at you for what your government did. All right, we're going to finish these last 2 panels here and then see how the edge is holding up. And give my hand about 5 minutes. So for me, also, Koski06, I do not believe I said hi to you. Welcome. My favorite budget steel, and for me, budget is under $50, basically. But in that range, I think we're going to go with 14C28N, and that just barely edges out D2. Just if I remember right, 14C28N held on to a finer edge for a lot longer than D2 did. But I mean, D2 has also always treated me really well. Yeah, so I sharpen most of my stuff to 17 degrees. I'm not a hard user. I'm not beating on these things. I'm not trying to cut apart chunks of wood or anything like that. I'm doing general purpose light duty cutting. At that point, you want a finer edge. Now, if I was working outdoors with this thing or really abusing it, then yeah, I'd probably go with something like a 19 or 20 degree angle. But especially for like this kind of testing, 17 degree edges seem to be the way to go. No, now, further down the road, at some point, I do plan on investing in equipment where I can actually film separate clips and edit them together like sane people do. And I will be looking at doing more intense testing on stuff as I'm able to. But the channel is going to have to grow a lot, and the income from the channel is going to have to grow a lot to justify spending just how much it's going to take to get that set up. You know, because like the cheapest end, I'd be looking at doing what DankPods does and using an iPhone and a MacBook and just, you know, record, send it to the MacBook, edit, and post it from there. Even though I don't want to be in the Apple ecosystem. Yeah, like I'll use these, but this is where I really put the wear and tear on them because, you know, like I mentioned earlier, I work at a grocery store. I have to find reasons to cut things. You know, so when I'm doing a week of carry for a review, it's like, what's my quality of life like? What's it like day in, day out to live with? Okay, pretty good. Now we go to the cardboard slayer and see how the edge retention holds up. But that is a good question. Like, what is your favorite knife? And like, what kind of knives can you get in Russia? Can you get just anything, or do they have like the strict UK style knife laws? Like, what are your knife laws like in Russia? Yeah, Koski, I have got like a fixed angle sharpening system, and I've got a little belt grinder for sharpening knives, so ease of sharpening isn't really all that difficult. Ralphson, welcome. This is S35VN. Woo! Yeah, S35VN on the Ontario Rat 1. Yeah, Spyderco Delica, that gets out of my price range. I am a bit too broke to be doing that. I tell you, trying to do a knife channel when you're poor is a challenge. S35VN is pretty good. It's a really tough steel. We're learning right now how the edge retention stacks up against a D2, AUS 8, 14C28N, 154 CM. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's kind of cool getting a look into that because, like, you know, we're in the United States. We don't know what you can buy, say, in Great Britain or the United Kingdom. We don't know what you can buy in Croatia. You know, like, we don't know what's out there. So it's kind of cool getting a look in there. So I'm guessing your knife laws then are kind of relaxed because, like, you know, I am in Georgia outside of Atlanta, and I can carry pretty much anything I damn well want. I think if it's a folder, the limit has to be like a 12-inch blade, like something ridiculous. Okay, 3 inches and under. That's still not too bad. I think up until a couple of years ago, the limit here was 3 inches or less too. Oh, yeah, I normally can't afford to spend $100 on a knife, especially one that I'm going to carry for a week, do a review on, maybe do cardboard slayer on it and throw it on the pile. However, I am saving up pennies at a time for the Cold Steel Mayhem. Like, I've been socking it away for months now, and I'm halfway there. Yeah, I could rock an Espada. That being said, once the Mayhem came out, I want that more than the Espada. KO, what's going on? Welcome back. Yeah, I love me a good cold steel. But that being said, most of the cold steels that are good are kind of out of my price range. I will say, never, ever, ever, ever buy a cold steel in 1911. All right. So everything I do is listed as it's not made for kids. But that's up to you. Like, I would just, all I got to do is put it's not made for kids and call it. The S35VN is holding up okay. Like, we've done like 3.5 hours ish of cutting, and I'm starting to see some snags. It's doing not quite as good as D2 so far, or close. Like it's kind of mid range. Hey, Woodinator, what's going on? How you doing, man? We haven't won anything yet. However, it's time to check the edge and give my hand a break for about 5 minutes here. Yeah, now that being said, I was told that S35VN isn't going to be an edge retention monster. Like, S35VN is designed to really take a beating and take a lot of punishment, more so than retain the edge. Like, it's not going to be as brittle as other steels. And by the way, the new Forbidden Moonshine is working better than the old Forbidden Moonshine did. That was easy. What'd you break, KO? What'd you break? The new handles for what? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we have. Oh, shit! All right. Yo, yo. It's not exactly what I had in mind when we first started, but I think we're there. Like, you guys, I think we are there. A little bit of contouring on that whenever they a little bit of contouring across the top to make things smoother and rounded, good chamfered edges, but I think we're there. I like that. Oh no, you're good, man. Dude, I appreciate you being like checking in while you're at work, dude. That is big. I can't read the Russian. Okay, the snag went away. I'm wondering if we just hit a sticky spot or what. Yeah, I'll take another look in a bit. Yeah, but still, guys checking in from work, like, I'm always really grateful for that. Yeah, we're definitely seeing a pretty big snag here. And again, I'm wondering how much of this is the paper, too. This paper is really old. Like, this sat in the basement the entire time we had no air conditioning. So it was definitely not happy. Oh, yeah, no. Wow. Again, George Orwell saying, boy, did I call it or what? I'm going to say we're still doing a decent job holding on to the edge. The paper's a little confusing. Let's try a fresher sheet of copy paper. I've never seen a CRKT home front, so I don't have a lot of wisdom to offer there. Nah, the hang's still showing up on the copy paper. However, on a fresher piece, it seems to be a little bit less, yeah. I'd say we're doing all right. Yeah. I still like it. Yeah, I love how dystopias tend to get misinterpreted, because it's like that's not a prediction of the future. It's criticizing the present. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, cuz like the Walmart, like, I swear to God, that dropout D2 is kind of blowing the curve for everything. Like, I have to ignore that that exists to really do a fair comparison on anything now. But yes, I now put socks on for money. I will take them back off. Like $2, I put them on. The next $2, I take them off, and then the last bid takes it. So if someone throws $2 at me, I'll take them back off. Oh yeah. Well, no, like I said, I've got the feeling it is going to beat this, just because that shit's an anomaly. Like, it is a fucking anomaly. I don't understand it. And I tell you what, while we are at our midway break, while we are taking a few minutes to rest my hand and wrist, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm taking the chat with me like usual. So I'll be back under the camera in a minute, but I still have you guys with me. All right, guys. Back downstairs. Yeah, well, I will say, KO, the charity thing, my one issue with doing charity stuff right now is like the channel doesn't reach very far. So like kind of like last year when we did the fundraising for Make-A-Wish, it's holding up really good. Irate Zombie Man, welcome back. I remember that name. But like April when we tried to do the fundraising for Make-A-Wish Georgia and we got next to nothing. Like I don't want to go in on a huge stream that lasts forever and not do something worthwhile with it. You know, like sitting down here for, yeah, exactly. You know, sitting down here for 12 or 13 hours just wailing on knives with about $30 to show for it ain't much. Like I was disappointed we didn't get more done for Akil for, his Make-A-Wish fundraising. But yeah, by the time I hit 50K, that's going to be, that might be once a month. Oh yeah, no, I always appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Oh, hey, my work wife's here. What's going on, Justin? How you doing, man? Hey, tell me Adriana's getting sent to 1248. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, no, that... Yeah, $300. Yeah, Luminous, I always appreciate it. I really do. Oh, yeah. Dude, I will say one thing. Right now, I cannot tell you the amount of regret I suffered teaching my ex-wife what a Dutch oven was. All right, I got her with that once, and she tried every single night, repeatedly, again and again and again, to do a Dutch oven, not understanding that I already knew what was happening and how to stop it from happening. It just did not fucking end. Because it's like, all you got to do is pin the blanket down with your elbows, lift your leg up, and then drop it, and all that rank ass air comes out right in her face because you're holding the blanket down on your side. And she just wouldn't. Oh, Jesus Christ, Justin, what the fuck? But no, like, our AGM got promoted out, and they're bringing a new AGM in. And then, of course, there's talk about my current, of course, they're talking about my, yeah. Matt's going to your store. Like I didn't get to work with Matt for long, but he seems like a nice enough guy. He seems like he's going to be cool to work with. But yeah, so we're getting a new AGM, and then they're talking about Don moving to another store because he's been at this store for like 5 years. And yeah, he works. Like every time I see him, he's out on the floor doing work. Last day he was there. He cleared off the cereal wall and the paper wall and kept stuff moving. But yeah, they're talking about Don, our grocery manager, also getting moved because he's been there for like 5 years. And I told Tony, I'm just like, if that's Ryan Collins, I'm leaving. Like I am just straight up finding another job. Sorry, I can't be around him anymore. No, we're talking about work stuff. But yeah, I was genuinely hoping Adriana was getting to. Oof. Yeah, like what the hell happened over the holiday weekend at my old store that was so bad? Yeah, because I'd like to know, I can't imagine that much of that was tied to me leaving. I can't. But I'm curious what went that bad. Well, yeah, I mean... Illumined, what are you on about? Sounds like... Are you back out of here, Justin? I work at Publix. I'm a team lead there. I'm trying to get up into management, and I missed out on this last... Okay, you're DMV. So I missed out on this last round of promotions, so... Florida man, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, I took the opportunity to move to a different store and get myself into a better environment. Oh, no, I'm not DMV. Because next time promotions come around, having more than one store under my belt is going to look good. And then hopefully I can do my part to help get this store turned around, because the back room's just kind of a clusterfuck right now. You know, we're dealing with employees that aren't really used to being pushed to meet standards and all that stuff. Like kind of the usual problems with every store. You know, I mean, I can't say anything bad about Publix itself. Like, the company has been awesome. The company has been really good to me. You know, it's just like every workplace. You got some people there that nobody wants to deal with, and, you know, sometimes you're stuck with them, sometimes you're not. Lumen's taking it personal. I'm going to try to pronounce this. Forgive me if it's wrong. Ian Heipler? But yes, it's a Rat 1 and S35VN. Like we're basically at, I want to say about 3 hours and 20 minutes of actual cutting time for the stream so far. And the edge seems to be holding up pretty damn well. Which, if I'm being told correctly and that the edge retention is going to match up with D2 pretty well, then we should have about another hour and a half or so before the edge really craps out. I am going to assume 15. $60? Wow. Yeah, for you guys that are new here, like last night, 12:43 a.m., I believe, I hit 2,000 subscribers finally. And KO Knives is one of my guys, so he likes to keep track of that while we're doing streams and stuff. But yeah, like, this is kind of one of those where I would splash out to get some nice furniture for this thing, but, you know, once the stream is over, this is going in the drawer with my good knives that I like, and then I'm on to carry my next knife for the next week, which is going to be a piece of shit. So, like, this week's knife might be just going into the Hall of Shame. Hey, look at me, I'm KO. I have a pair of 3. I mean, you made the attempt. No, about the only redeeming quality this thing might have is a good factory edge, and it might carry comfortable. Oh, yeah. No, so I've seen a lot of coverage of the Osborne 940. The ergos on this are really good. I think we covered that earlier, but yeah. This is not as torn up as it should be for this far into a stream. Logan Klein, what's up? Look, I'm going to tell you right now. Just off of this. I'd rather have a paraframe. Like I said, the factory edge might be a bit of a saving grace, but that's, I think, the only good thing it's going to have about it. You know, especially with a, like, you can tell you're dealing with a cheap piece of shit or a very expensive higher end knife when you've only got a scale on the show side. Like, I've seen some really nice high end knives that only have a show side scale, the other side's flat. But that is the exception. Normally, it's just really shit knives that have the one thing on the one scale on the show side. So I'm gonna tell you right now, I have carried the paraframe. I've used the paraframe. It's not as bad as everybody makes it out to be. It's just outdated. Like, it's outdated as hell. I really like Civivi. I really do like Civivi. They make some cool shit. Like, one of my all-time favorite knives in my collection, right here, the Bull Mastiff. I fucking love this thing. This is one of my favorite knives I've ever fucking bought. The Civivi Cogent, I don't like that much, but that's just because me and button locks don't get along that well. Like, and this one is really, like, the timing on this is real finicky. It's hard to keep it from bouncing back open. Otherwise, it's a really nice knife, but, you know, me and button locks aren't really best friends. Oh, dude, I've got a pile of shit here from past live streams and stuff like that on hand. Like, there is a pile of knives on hand right next to me. The Canadian beaver. All right, so personally, in most cases, the bigger the better on a knife. For daily carry and comfortable daily carry, you know, medium size is what gets you where you want to go. You know, your average 3-inch, 2.5 to 3-inch blade. But when you start pushing 4 inches, I start to really enjoy them just because they are fucking huge blades. So yeah, I love my huge blades, but if I'm going to carry day in and day out, I'd rather be comfortable with a 2.5 to 3-inch blade. You know, like, this is fantastic. It's a hell of a thing. However, this takes up a ton of room in the pocket, whereas this one doesn't take up nearly as much room, still does the same job, and in some cases a little bit better with that thinner stock. It's going to be slicier, but this one's just bigger. Yeah, I love a good flipper. I love an axis lock. I do not like front flippers. I don't. Those things just, they annoy me, and they're too much effort to really, it's not worth it to me to get used to them enough to really use them consistently. I have a few small front flippers. Believe it or not, I have done videos on the Terminus XR because of, where the fuck is it? It's here somewhere. Because of this Terminus XR right here. So I got this one, and I fell in love with the knife itself, but the pocket clip makes it pretty much impossible to carry. I called the customer service line for, what, S&M Outdoors or whatever, and I ordered this pocket clip for it. I waited 8 months and still didn't get it, so I called them back, and I placed another order, basically, and made sure that they had on record where I paid for it, and I ordered this again. They sent me 2 more of these after 8 months of waiting. So at Blade Show, I pinned somebody down and told them what happened here, and they gave me this one for free because of this one. So with this pocket clip on it, fantastic knife. And the action on this one's a little gummed up because it's packed full of cardboard dust. Just like everything else down here that's been through this, the action is packed with cardboard dust. Yeah, no, their customer service is notoriously bad. Like, if I hadn't pinned somebody down at Blade Show, I don't think I would have ever gotten that resolved. But I'm glad they did, because if you get the Terminus with that updated pocket clip on it, it is a hell of a knife. That is a hell of a daily driver. That is the SOG Terminus XR. And then, of course, you can get the XR LTE for a few more bucks and better steel. But that is the XR. That is some Cryo D2. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that fucking sucks about the lock and that clip. You know, that clip is garbage. Yeah, and I wouldn't begin to be able to tell you how to replace the lock. I've never had an axis lock apart because I haven't wanted to learn. I haven't wanted to go through what it takes to learn how to disassemble and reassemble an axis lock. I'm gonna put myself through it eventually. I just don't feel like doing it right now. I like how the candles sitting here on the table while I went to the bathroom got more concurrence than we got right now. YouTube's a weird place. It's not really getting that much duller right now. However, we did just jump to much thicker, beefier cardboard. This stuff is a lot harder to cut than the last piece I cut, the Nabisco Oreo thing. That's the thing is like, I am jumping in different, I guess, edge crush test ratings. Once you get up above 44 pound ECT, they start getting hard to cut. And I'm kind of mixing it up here. All right, Fook, see you in a bit. Your mom runs on Duncan. Like, I'm kind of curious because, I mean, the edge is still going really strong. And, I mean, we're pushing past 3.5 hours of actual cut time on this. Actually, no, we're like hitting 4 hours of actual cut time. Morgan, hello, welcome. Yeah, no, like I said, it's that D2 just blew the curve out of the water. Well, I mean, we are testing the Ontario Rat 1 in S35VN. It's basically got 4 hours of just non-stop cutting on it. And then I've taken about 45 minutes for breaks, talking, and using the bathroom. So I don't have a #1 EDC knife. It's kind of a hard call to make. Like I said, I've been through like 200 of them. Yeah, it says 35VN. You know, like the Bug Out's probably one of my favorite EDCs. The Devo Growler V2, that's another favorite. You know, like I've kind of been through that list a bunch of times. So like once you've gone through this many, Alicia, what's going on? Welcome back. How's life on the road been? You know, so it's like once you've gone through this many, it's kind of hard to have one favorite, especially, you know, again, like I carry a knife for a week and it'll go on the pile for a live stream. And then once the live stream's done, it just kind of sits, you know, it goes in the collection and doesn't do anything from there. So I'm going through so many so fast. Oh, we all have a favorite child. Yeah, well, it's interesting. Like you just didn't get the right Bug Out. Like if you get the Bug Out CF Elite, there's not that much flex in it. There's not. A lot of people think the flex is unacceptable, but it's like, bro, it doesn't impact it that much. Like, oh God, yeah, that's like me taking breaks at work, sitting out in the truck and dissociating. It's nice to not have to have the truck running and blowing the AC half to death to survive. Well, I mean, even the regular Bug Out, that thing can take a shitload of abuse. You know, the Bug Out can take a shitload of abuse and just kind of laugh it off. I've got the Bug Out with the aluminum scales and the M390. That was a gift from a friend. That is a very sentimental knife, and that's one that I'll carry when I want to feel a little better for the day. Are we starting to see some issues here? You know, but that's also one that, like, I need to carry it, but I'm also scared to death of that first good drop or that first big scratch down the, you know, scratch down the blade or something. Yeah, well, I've also watched the bug outs get torture tested by guys like Dutch Bushcraft Knives, and it took a lot of abuse. So it's kind of one of those things where I've seen them get tortured. I've seen them soak up a lot of punishment and be fine. You know, I've seen the complaints about them being a little flexy. But I mean, you're not buying that knife for a hard user. You're not. You're not buying it for, say, cutting down trees and shit. You're not buying it for the same shit you'd buy an 8010 for. Yes, if you're going for hard use, then yeah, like you're probably not going to go for a bug out. You know, but if you're a hard user, you're probably going to go for something like this or an 8010 or something like that. You know, so I still want some S90V to play around with. I do. Maybe if I get lucky and I can scoop up one of the fireballs when it comes out. Sure. I got a feeling I won't be able to do that because of money. And, you know, I'm pulling more and more cardboard up off of the floor where it was just a giant pile of stuff that was hard to cut because we've had blades that were too thick. I'm going to laugh if one of those Weehaw bits appears out from under this mess. Because, like, the spot to my left is now actually open and there's some room there. Like, I don't see a Weehaw bit yet, but there's no guarantee it won't fall out of something. Yeah, like I know S30V is going to do better than S35VN and stuff like that. Like S35VN is not, it's designed to soak up punishment. You know, it's not designed to be an edge retention king. It's designed to soak up punishment. Yeah, this is what we're looking for here. Mike Angelo, welcome back. Oh no, this is not just about done. Like, this is also some really weak cardboard that's been it's soaked up a ton of moisture. It's been through a freezer and thawed out a couple times. Like, this cardboard itself is actually quite weak and quite delicate. And it's still cutting pretty good. We just hit a couple of weird spots in it. No, guys, there's no Weehaw bit yet. I'm disappointed to say. Oh, We're not at time of failure yet. Like, give it about 10 more minutes. We'll take a look at the copy paper again, but it's not trashed. You know, like this stuff is a lot harder to cut than what I just did. And it's still cutting fine. Yeah, it's that Walmart D2, I don't know what the hell they did there. So if a knife is brand new, I just carry it for a week and then run it on the factory edge. However, this was used and it had a like 20 some odd degree edge on it, so I had to put a new edge on it, which is adding some wear time to it. You know, like doing my own 17 degree per side mirrored edge adds a lot of edge retention to these things. So we are going off of that too. Wilderness Bushcraft, what's going on? What's going on? You care to guess what knife I'm carrying next week there, Mikey boy? Bro, tell Brian I said what the fuck's up. Ask him why the hell he didn't go to Blade Show with us. I swear to God, if he doesn't go next year. Oh shit, nice. Did Brian finally chill out about firearms? Five of them are named Ricky, sir. 5. Good sir, I am the incarnation of Dish Network. There are 9 sandwiches in my underwear, and 5 of them are named Ricky. Yeah, but did you ask Brian if cake or death? You there, cake or death? Yeah, so like I watched Arkansas EDC, like he snapped the tip off of it on purpose. Like he snapped the tip off on purpose, and the grain structure looked fantastic. The grain structure in the steel looked phenomenal. Paulie, what's going on? I don't know. I usually tap out around 3. I'm no record setter. What about you, Paul? You do like 10 or 15? What's this? A live stream woefully underpopulated by bees? My briefcase full of bees ought to put a stop to that. Completely different thing. Bee-covered hot dogs. I thought you were supposed to cover your hot dogs in bees. Folk, welcome back. All right, brother, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for your time. Christian Lisham, what's going on, man? Yeah. Oh, speaking of which. Bushcraft, is Brian listening? Is Brian listening to this while it's happening? Okay, he gets to pick. Robot, Ninja, Grim Reaper, Knight, or Mummy. Which one you want? Robot it is. Okay. There you go. You know, I tell you what, I wish I had something like that tied to Mephistopheles Goes to Work, because I'd rock that shit here too. Still got those shirts. Think about growing them though. Yeah, for those of y'all that don't know, Bushcraft Outdoors is with a friend of mine from years and years ago. I would go for the pasta. However, the crock pot don't sound too bad neither. All right, we got Meatloaf from Team Sprinkles. Move OTX, what's going on, man? Cold brew spaghetti. You know, part of my brain is like, you're just trolling me right now, and the other part of me is like, no, I can see how that would work. But no, I have not. Oh, wow. Yeah, I still have yet to play with S90VN. S90V. And let's get into the terrible, terrible emotional support caffeine. I don't like this stuff. Not great. Yeah, like I said, like, I can see how it would work. Like, I understand how that could work. You know, there's a Rocky Horror Picture Show joke hiding in there with Meatloaf winning, and I just can't quite get the pieces put together in an order that makes sense. What's for dinner? Meatloaf! It tastes like shit. It tastes like shit. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I did see that. As I did mention that I saw that. Ada Miguel, I appreciate your optimism. I am poor. I am not getting anything in Rex 121 anytime soon. But I love you for thinking that I can afford it. I am the pores that we flex on. Yikes. Now, Brian, you know, I found the first failed attempt at the new handle for that sword that I made. All right, well, I appreciate y'all being here, man. Y'all have a good hunt. Nah, see, I don't react well to C4. Like, my fucking face itches and shit. Like, I don't know what it is. C4 tastes good, but I don't react well to it. All right, so we are at 10 o'clock now. What stones do I use? I sharpen with the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Elite. So I have got the stones on that. For hand sharpening, I have got a shitty ass $10 four-sided block that goes from 600 to 400 grit that I got at Harbor Freight. Yeah, man, I'm glad it worked out. By the way, we have new Forbidden Moonshine if you're just getting here. That is so much better than the old Forbidden Moonshine. And the next time I have a new small cut somewhere, we'll get to test it out and see if I'm immune to this as well. I'll be honest, dude. Like, I have hand sharpened a grand total of 3 knives. This might not make you go blind, but it'll make you wish you did. I don't know. I'm not one to drink acetone. I have not tried the titanium anything that cost more than 40 bucks. But like, my hand sharpening skills are so bad that even nicer equipment wouldn't help me that much. So I'm not pursuing that right now. Yeah, we keep the property value low around here. All right, so how she do? All right, so we do got that snag there. But, I mean, yeah, I've seen that the Ryuksen for like $35. I actually had that on my wish list to test out for the guys on the channel at some point here when I got the spare cash to do so. Yeah, that snag is definitely not... The snag is not skippable anymore. So we definitely have some significant wear. So our total cutting time is about 4.5 hours, somewhere around there. Aiden, I do not count the cuts. I don't, like, this has been, like, the live stream is 5 hours and 7 minutes in. So we basically got about 4.5 hours of that time spent cutting. It's pretty solid. Like, the edge is not totally wrecked. What I'm looking for is the cardboard to be tearing and rolling in the cuts. The paper can only tell you so much. So that's what we're going for. So we still got a while to go. But I am giving myself a couple of minutes to let my wrist rest a little bit. My hand is good. So I'm starting to feel a little bit of irritation right here. Not much. Like, the ergos have been fantastic. I don't know if you can see, but there's a callus right through here now from writing in the spot between the liners on almost every knife that we've done. Like, I've got this callus here from live streams and this callus here. But the skin's not really irritated. There's not really a big problem there. The ergos are fantastic. Yeah, that's the S35VN version. D2 will go about 4 hours and crap out like clockwork unless it's the Ozark Trail. Well, I mean, I said like for me, the kind of environment I'm carrying in and the kind of user that I am, like the S35VN doesn't make that big of a difference. 8CR13 will get me where I want to go all day, every day. It's just nice to have something that's nicer than a. Do I want an insert for that? What spot? You talking about an insert with the logo on it? Because like hell yeah, I want my logo on it. Oh, that's just an extra part that we don't need that much, and extra engineering. Yeah, this is probably not going to go for 7.5 or 8 hours like the Ozark Trail D2 did. I still don't understand that crap. But I mean, still, like, we're getting pretty solid performance out of it. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need extra parts. Like I said, I'm thinking about cost per unit and keeping the price down. Like, I'd like the price to be 35, 40 bucks. I think it's doable, but that also means a lot of bells and whistles don't need to be there. Add simplicity. Okay. I mean, here's the thing. Like, if you look at my community posts, I can't remember which channel it was, but we had someone take the Ozark Trail apart and actually look under the skirts at the built-in ugliness and where the corners got cut. And I said, none of that is surprising. None of it. The only surprising thing about it really is how well that blade steel held up. You know, like Arkansas EDC. Oh, nice. I have seen a couple of Opinels that have been handle swapped. I don't know if I've seen the kit for it specifically. Now, that being said, I kind of don't see the point in changing the handle out on an Opinel. I mean, that handle is just kind of part of the knife. That's part of what makes it an Opinel. But I also understand people like doing stuff like that. Oh, I'd love to sit in on well, Opinel blades are designed to be slicers. They're not designed to be beat on. I'd love to be able to sit through other lives, but I'll tell you right now, if you do this, especially how I do it, it gets really, really hard to sit there and watch another live stream go down, especially when you can't really interact with the guy. That's just like watching other knife videos. It's gotten real hard to sit there and watch other knife videos at this point. I didn't realize that was going to be a side effect of doing this, but it is. Yeah, like if you get a good edge on an Opinel, it's like cutting with a laser. All right, Alicia, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your time. And you guys will be delighted to know I got paid to put them on, but I haven't been paid to take them off yet. Yeah, like honestly, if the Open-Ls had a pocket clip and they could like, if the Open-Ls weren't Open-Ls, basically, I'd carry them and enjoy them more. Um, well, no, normally I'm barefoot for these streams. That's how I prefer to be. But I got socks, so for $2 I put socks on. The next $2 I take them off, and the last bid takes it. And the game hasn't really grown legs yet, but it exists. Yeah, I mean, that being said, if you're stuck in a survival situation and all you have is an Open-L, you could probably do enough with it to get by. I mean, you got to think, any survival situation that lasts more than a few days, it doesn't matter what you have on you, you're probably boned. Yeah, I mean, if you're not being careful, you can snap the blade just like anything else. But, you know, if you're just trying to get a fire started, it's going to be doable. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, your survival situation that you end up in, all right, like, you're either going to be in a situation where you already prepared ahead of time, like you're going out in the woods and you know you're going out in the woods, so you have the stuff with you, or it's thrust on you by surprise and you got whatever the fuck you had on you to begin with. And at that point, you're just working with whatever you got, all right? If it just happened to be you threw an Open-L in your pocket and got in your car to go somewhere and then wound up, you know, I mean, that's my thing is, if I do end up in a survival situation of some sort, I'm probably going to be driving my truck and something happened, and then I'll have the stuff in my truck to work with. You know, full toolkit, a couple of camp chairs, there's a couple of machetes, there's a hori-hori knife for digging, there's an Ozark Trail in there, there's an SOG Kiku knockoff. Like, there's plenty of material in there to work with. And like, I'm going to be honest, my first and primary goal in a survival situation is build a fire and find as much soaking wet brush to throw on there to make the biggest plume of smoke possible to get somebody's fucking attention. That's your survival firework right there. And I'll be honest, like, if you're in your car and get stuck in a situation like that, you know, no cell phone signal, you're just trapped in the wilderness because like you went off into a ditch or something like that. You know, what you're going to end up doing is building a fire, and you're going to grab something large and plastic that burns with a giant black plume of smoke. You're throwing that on that fire and you're burning that, because that big ass black plume of smoke is going to be what gets people's attention, like immediately. Like, oh shit, something's wrong out there, get people out there. You know, that's going to be what saves your ass. Yeah, I gotta trim this facial hair up. It's driving me insane now. Oh yeah, we did cut test. You know, and I'm not gonna lie, if I'm making a survival kit too, like, there's gonna be at least one Bic lighter in that motherfucker. Because I'm not sitting there fighting with a damn fire steel or trying to make a friction fire or anything like that to get it going. You know, that big lighter, it's gonna work. It's gonna work reliably. Yeah, Zippo's windproof, but the problem with Zippos, and this is coming from a reformed 2-pack-a-day smoker is if you're not using that thing regularly and refilling it regularly, that fluid evaporates, and you wind up with a dry lighter. Yeah, that's where the big lighter comes into its own. No maintenance. You don't end up having to refill it with fluid or do shit else with it. Like, if it's, again, like, you know, even a med kit, like a med kit can be very handy, especially if you need a tourniquet. All right, that's where a med kit kind of comes into its own. You know, and like, this is, again, like, looking at it realistically. If you're going to be stuck out there for more than a couple days, you're kind of boned anyways. Like, shit's gone super tits up on you. And given what like, the fishing pole is probably going to be one of your best bets if you happen to be around a fairly still body of water, which is not always guaranteed. But like, we've run most of our wildlife off. Like, you know, the areas where there are roads and stuff, like, the wildlife, from what I can tell, seems to be getting kind of sparse. So you're going to have your work cut out for you to find, like, a good source of protein. I'm not saying it can't be done. But honestly, you're probably better off trap fishing instead of, like, you know, throwing a line out there or anything else. You know, that's one thing. And it was in a book I read, more than, you know, saw anywhere. But like, the kid got stuck. Got straight up stranded on an island. Sorry, I'm getting more and more cardboard cleared out, so I'm looking to see if the one of the wee hobbits shows up over here. Which, no luck so far. Nothing. Yeah, no wee hobbit. But, no, so the kid gets stranded on this island, and, like, he ends up having to figure out how to survive. And one thing that I saw that I appreciated was, he had a little body of water right next to him, or he parked himself next to a, put himself up next to a small lake, and he dug a channel out and dug a hole that filled with water from the lake, and he dropped bait in there, and the fish would swim in there, and then he just block it off and use that as basically his pantry. You know, basically he made a live well. I was like, that's actually a really damn good idea. You know, and you have committed one too many sins, eggs. It's time to pay. But, you know, like, sorry, like, we've been at this for a minute. My brain is starting to blank out. You know, the kind of environments I'm in are all suburban. They're urban environments. I'm never more than like basically a quarter mile away from a gas station or something. It's like, what the fuck am I going to do to put myself in a situation where I really have to strain that hard to survive? Yeah, one problem I see with prepping and knowing general human nature and seeing what's happening in other parts of the world is you know, in the real world and the way things work is if you do not have numbers, if you are prepping just to be by yourself, you are a fucking loot cache. You are nothing more than a big ass loot drop. You know, like your biggest thing is enough supplies for a few days to gather up and get numbers. Yeah, we're not going on the political side, dude. Just a heads up. Yeah, as if you don't have like like 5 or 6 good people with you that you know can handle their shit and are armed, you're just a fucking loot drop. That's all you are. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, like I've got a couple of people that I know I can meet up with and get something together. You know, but let's be honest. If you don't already have like gardens growing and stuff like that and already have a whole bunch of stuff done ahead of time, your next best bet is to grab every last bit of canned food you can find and some way to filter out some water and hit the road and move and stay moving. You know, that's going to be the hard. Yeah, no, SHTF would suck, but that's the hardest part is like, you know, you get in a situation like that, you can't really stay still. You know, unless you have some numbers and some way to just basically have your area guarded 24/7, you really can't stay still until you get far enough away from everybody else. You know, and that's probably going to be the hardest part, you know. And if you're dependent on medication to function, like if you need heart meds or something like that, you know, like if you need heart meds to survive or something like that, you're cooked anyways. You know, it's just, there are so many things. You know, hygiene's going to go down the toilet for the most part. Not many of us are going to have access to clean water or enough of it to really bathe with. You know, and on the other end of that, shit hitting the fan that bad, you're only going to need enough shit to hold together for a couple of days because the armed forces are going to show up. Martial law is going to happen, and then, you know, you're going to basically be, situation to be under control one way or another pretty shortly. You know, it's again, like a situation big enough where armed forces aren't going to show up and restore order in some form. There ain't going to be that many people come out of it in one piece anyways, you know? Yeah, no, you're going to be out of luck there. Like that, you need insulin or something like that, unless you have a pretty big supply saved up. You know, even if armed forces show up to restore order, you're still going to be out of luck. You're going to be in really bad shape. You know, I mean, here's the thing. America might be big, but the population dense areas are actually fairly small in comparison once you make it off of the coasts. Yeah, no, that's the thing, and that's kind of something that got mentioned earlier that I did not mention it before I forgot. But yeah, preparing for natural disasters like tornadoes and you know, blizzards, stuff like that, that's a bit more of a realistic thing to set yourself up for. And you know, that's where things actually get real. All right. Like in my case, I will literally never have to stockpile for a blizzard. Yeah, tornado, that's not something you can really prep for so much. You know, best I could do is and again, this is just, you got to live a couple of days before help arrives. You know, that is grab whatever you can and get down to the shelter, you know. Because I hate, you know, yeah, that's the thing, is like you can go up to the surface and look through what's left of the houses and find, you know, cans of vegetables, Chef Boyardee, just whatever it takes to crack that open and you know, keep yourself above water for a couple of days. Fresh water, that's going to be your biggest pitfall. And even then, there's probably going to be a house somewhere that has some water running in it that everybody can use. Because like the water shut off and all that's underground, that's not going to be affected. Someone somewhere has some piece of piping that survived that can, you know, keep everybody in water for a couple of days. Yeah, if I was living in a hurricane-prone area, if I was living in a hurricane-prone area or something like that, my prepping approach would definitely be very different. You know, that is basically, be ready to bug out. You know, and that would be having especially going into hurricane season, that would be having a source of water somewhere in the house. Like, one thing that I've seen that I like is there's a thing you can put in your bathtub that you fill with fresh water from the faucet and then cap it, and then you've got like 50 or 60 gallons of fresh water just sitting there stored for you. Like, those are brilliant. You know, you can do that. You know, have some fresh water in your vehicle. You know, and that's in your vehicle. That's where you got, you know, at least 3 or 4 days worth of something you can eat that will store well. You know, and that's going to be a lot of dry goods, granola, stuff like that. Like canned goods, maybe, but as hot as it gets inside vehicles, do you really want to trust a can of Chef Boyardee that's been stored at like 115 degrees for, you know, a day at a time? Yeah, the problem with running from a hurricane is running away from a hurricane is if everybody panics and does it at the exact same time, so you've got no guarantee you'll actually be able to get out before the hurricane hits. You may be sitting on a damn highway just bumper to bumper, unable to move when it hits. Ethan, what's going on, man? Welcome. So we are talking about prepping for some reason right now, and we got this Ontario Rat 1 and S35VN, and I'm trying to wreck the edge. I have been at it for 5 hours, 34 minutes, and 27 seconds, and the edge is still holding on. Like, your best bet with a solid hurricane is to leave. However, that's not always an option. Believe it or not, this is not the craziest thing we've had. So we're gonna call this about 4 hours and 50 minutes, give or take, of time spent cutting, which is not bad. That is decent performance. But we've done a lot better. We had the 154 CM on the Kaiser Sheepdog XL go for about 8 hours. We have had the orange Ozark Trail from Walmart go for about 8 hours. S35VN's not an edge retention king, but it's been going good for a while. But yeah, like, you know, like right now, if we had a hurricane coming down on us, I could not afford to actually leave and get away from it. I don't have enough money in the bank to pay for the gas to get very far. Yeah, that's what I was saying with a tornado. Like, all you got to do is survive for a couple of days until help gets there for the tornado. You know, like, help is going to descend on your area really damn fast. Got to hang on for a couple of days. Yeah, basements are no guarantee with tornadoes, but it's your best bet. Like, I lived in an area that was very tornado prone for a while. For some reason, I didn't get hit specifically. But, like, there was one Mother's Day where I was at work, and I worked in the fitness center of a college doing janitorial stuff at night. And that's a big building, and it's fairly robust, so I never heard anything. The power in my building never went out. But when I clocked out and started going off of campus, I saw the evidence of 4 tornadoes that had gone through. Trees down all over the campus, no power. Trees blocking my route home from work. Like, it was a hell of a lot of damage. You know, like, I got home. What really sucked, though, is there was the main road going back to my neighborhood. That one, there was a tree down across the road. There's a tractor trailer that was carrying cattle that needed to get into the parking lot 5 feet behind the tree. So he got out, he pulled his chains out, we got the trees wrapped, he backed up and pulled it out of the road and pulled in where he needed to park. There's a motherfucker standing there watching us the whole time, and then he walks down and goes, "Y'all can't go any further, there's a tree down on a power line up there about 50 feet. It's like, you couldn't have fucking said that before I went through all this shit trying to get home. You motherfucker. I understand I wouldn't have said anything either so that I'd be able to get out of my driveway. But, You know, still. So I basically went through all that and then had to turn around and go around the longest way possible to get to my house. It took for fucking ever. It just sucked. Yeah, well, I mean, one of the reasons trailers end up in those tornado-prone areas is because nobody wants to build there because they're tornado-prone. Like, nobody wants to spend, you know, $100,000 plus on a house in an area that's going to get hit by a tornado and destroy it anyhow. Well, it's not that. It's mobile homes get a chode for being built in tornado-prone areas because nobody wants to build a full-on house there, and the land's cheap. You know, you can buy the land cheap, put a bunch of mobile homes on there and rent them out, and make your money back in no time flat. I tell you what, though, like, way back then when I lived out there, I was that guy. Like, whether tornado sirens are going off, sky's getting black, shit's looking crazy, and my ass is standing there on the porch staring at it. You know, my ass is standing out there on the porch just waiting for something to happen. I'm like, bring it, motherfucker. Let me go get my nunchucks. You know, there's only been a couple of times where things got crazy enough where I was like, we need to go to the basement now. And it's been like 3 or 4 times in my life. And thankfully nothing happened then, but I know on one of those, a tornado hit like a quarter mile away. Or something like that. It wasn't that far off. Like, so I made the right call on that one. Just, we got, you know, we got lucky and it dodged us. You know, like my dumbass now is like, if a tornado's coming, do I have time to grab my 45 and my Nintendo Switch? Can I get those before we go downstairs? And I'm like, what games can I play offline that are any fun at all? Oh, the knife's doing good, man. It's been cutting for pretty much 5 hours of cutting time in the last 5 hours and 41 minutes. And it's still holding up pretty well. The blade is warm from all the action, but it hasn't been doing bad. And it's nice to be on a full flat grind doing this instead of trying to do like a fucking hollow grind or something. Yes, you know, sadly, I'm not going to have to worry about chasing a dog down to get him downstairs. You know, that was always a concern for the longest time, but at the moment, you know, we lost our guy last October, and I'm not ready to get another dog right now. Yeah, Lou, we're still on, man. We're still going. I'd sell it so hard. It sucks when I want to do a voice for a bit and I can't do the voice that I want to. You know, guys, I don't think that wee hobbit's ever actually going to show up. Either one of them. Carson Hildreth, what's going on? Welcome. Favorite Star Wars, I gotta go with the original trilogy. Like the first one's gonna be the first one's gonna be the best one. I sat down with the kids and watched the first three, and I watched the three prequels, enjoyed them. But I mean, if we're getting into movies like Star Wars is good. I like Star Wars well enough. No, the knife hasn't given up yet. Like we got to go into Back to the Future, stuff like that. And like, I enjoy Star Wars. I don't have any problem with it, but like I watched a lot more Star Trek: The Next Generation than I did Star Wars. Ride, what's going on? Welcome, man. How you doing? Listen, the knife hasn't given up yet. There is some wear on it. It's showing some snags, but it's still doing all right on the cardboard. Magdalena Lopez. Texan Knife Guy, what's going on? Magdalena Lopez. I don't know how to pronounce the last one, but hi and welcome. And I don't want to butcher it. That said, we got the Ontario Rat 1 and S35VN, and we got like 5 hours of cutting time on it, and it's still doing good. Like I like to at least try to pronounce things. It's just like that could be about 5 different ones, and I don't want to butcher it and be disrespectful. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a good blade steel, and I put a 17-degree mirrored edge on this, so it should be holding up quite well. I am on Instagram, but I don't use it all that often. Glico? Maybe it could be Geico. I said, if there's going to be a day to set a new record for live stream length, today's the day, because I don't got to go anywhere tomorrow, and I was able to actually sleep most of the day. Yeah, it's kind of tough to pull a ton of likes. Hand's still pretty comfortable. Like the hot spot's starting to show up, but it's not terrible. Like it's nowhere near as bad as we've had on other knives. I can't really complain about it. I figure in about another hour here, it's going to be incredibly painful. But I mean, it took over 4.5 hours to really start hurting. It's weird because like, what was it, like the first hour and a half, we had like 100 people watching in one go, and we still don't have that many likes. Like this is more than usual. But still, for the sheer number of people we've had come in. Yeah, oh God. So I have been at this since early February of last year, and only just now hit 2,000 subs. Like it takes a lot of work. Unless you're doing something that is I guess sexual in nature, or you're giving stuff away constantly, it takes a lot of time to build a channel. I don't think I've seen 200 likes on anything I've done yet, ever. Giving it some thought, I don't think I've seen 200 on anything ever. That's it, like... That's because you haven't used the Sharpening ST155. Under an hour, that thing became the most painful thing I've ever cut with. Find me a blade show, one can be yours. I tell you what. Yeah, like I cut with the paraframe for a while at the end of one stream, and it wasn't bad. Like it did not treat me that badly. Let's see. Yeah, I'm taking a look to see if I actually got 200 likes on anything. $17, $63, $14, $13, $98. I got 98 on one of them. $168 on one. $112 on one. $141, $125. No, those are views. Sorry. $98, $168. $107. Okay, I got 379 likes on the video that got 11,000 views. That's the kind of numbers it's taken. 11,000 views for, what are we at? 379 likes. So that should kind of tell you where is my live at? Okay, there we are. I guess about 3%. Yeah, I mean, so to break 200 likes, it took like 11,000 views on the video. Like, it's nuts. And actually, let me take a look at something else, because I've got one video on my alt channel. Yeah, so this video has got 31,000 views for 310 likes. Godlam, what's going on? How you doing, man? I have like 2 or 3 minimalists. I do like them. I haven't carried them and used them a whole lot, but I like them enough that I made this. Unfortunately, that is a failed knife, but that's what I was working on. But yeah, like 301 likes on 31,000 views for a video. Like, that is kind of nuts. Like, I'm sure whenever I end this live stream and take a look at the numbers, The view count's going to be kind of nuts, but for only 64 likes, like, the economy on that's really weird. Canadian Beaver, I can tell you right now, if you like what you're looking at the kind of price it is, just get one. It's like, what, 35 bucks or something? Nasrin, what's going on, man? How you doing? It's not attention span so much. It's I enjoy being here with you guys doing this. This thing got sharpened at 17 degrees per side. You guys would be amazed just how much stray piled up cardboard I've gotten rid of during the stream. And I still do not see a single Weehaw bit. The edge got taken down to 2.5 microns on a strop with diamond paste. So went up to 800 grit, jumped over to ceramic, jumped over to 28 micron diamond paste on a strop, then 14, then 10, then 5, then 2.5 micron. So like I seriously refined my edges to super fine. If I was in an environment where I was cutting stuff like nylon rope and strapping and things like that, I'd probably stop at about 600 grit and leave a toothier edge. The Besties channel, what's going on? Hi, how you doing? Welcome to the nuttiness. So in case you're wondering, what we're doing is we're checking the edge retention out on this thing and seeing how long it takes me to destroy the edge on this thing. We've been cutting with this thing for about 5 hours and 20 minutes. Well, it's 5 hours and 20 minutes of time spent cutting out of the 6-hour live stream. But yeah, those strops just by themselves, those can revive an edge by themselves quite competently. Yeah, so if you're doing that, you know, especially zip ties, you probably want to go closer to 19 or 20 degrees for the edge. Just give it a fighting chance of taking that kind of pressure and abuse without, you know, the edge getting chipped up or anything. All right, that is another freshly filled box of cardboard scraps. So we are up to 3 of these things now. I gotta watch I am finding I'm having to be a little bit more careful with the kind of boxes I feed into this thing, or I throw this stuff in, because like if I throw it in the back of the truck and I'm doing like 75 miles an hour on my way to work, the ones that don't have the most secure tops get kind of scary. Let's get into some double wall cardboard. Now, the live stream I do with the cheapest knife I could possibly find on Amazon, when we do that, that's probably not going to be nearly as lengthy as this one. Or I'm going to have something to fall back on once that edge is gone. Okay, socks off. Is that Owie TF Studio? I know, EWS, you're playing the game, man. You're playing the game. And I can be barefoot again for a while. Ugh. But no, so like that cheap ass knife, that should be good for bare minimum an hour. But of course, first we have to knock the burr off. So that thing still has a huge burr. Here we go. All right, socks back on. But yeah, that Amazon knife still has a big burr on the edge. So like it's doing like a lot of small cuts, like going through plastic wrap and stuff like that pretty nicely. But so normally I'm barefoot for the whole stream. However, it's turning into a thing where I get paid to put the socks on and take them back off again. So we just kind of have a running game with that now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's been baked into the stream now. Okay. So we got socks again. All right, guys, we got socks. Yeah, the feet have been kind of a sticking point for some people and not for others. Like, I didn't realize that was going to be a problem for a while, and then it didn't really get noticed or mentioned until we had been doing that for a long time. Like, it's weird. I'm surprised the number of people that have something to say about it, I'll be honest. But there's like so damn much jank built into this live stream. It's been a little while. Fook, do you want to pick a figure out? We need to lower the property value a little bit. All right, Grim Reaper, it is. All right, so we got 41 right now. And we lost 5. Perfect. Okay, paper check. Probably not a bad time to do that. Thankfully, I don't really have to clean this off any this time. I don't think, at least. We still got the same snag. It's not really going anywhere. Yeah, we still got that same snag right there. I can't shut the hell up long enough to do ASMR. Like if I was incentivized, yeah, I always keep an eye out for staples. Thankfully, nothing I'm working on really has staples in it. But like if I had money coming in constantly to do just ASMR, I'd be doing ASMR. Oh, nice. Like it's just if doing ASMR paid, then I'd be doing ASMR. But that's just people kind of throwing donations at me. It's like, oh, you like that? You know you like that. Nick's Nature, what's going on? Welcome. We're not making anything. We're just seeing how long it takes me to wreck the edge on this thing. We're making some progress, but we've been cutting for a bit over 5 hours now. What the hell? Yeah, so the stream is 6 hours and 7 minutes old. So actually, we're getting closer to 5.5 hours now, really. So it's like 5.5 hours of just cutting. You know, took a break to use the bathroom, sat there and talked, give my hand a rest occasionally. Well, I mean, I'll be honest, like I have some fun doing this, and a lot of it is having you guys here in the chat and the live stream make this a lot more enjoyable. You know, a large part of the magic here is you guys. And I mean, you kind of hit the point where like our longest one was 8 hours and 48 minutes. Once you started doing stuff like that, like this is a, you know, five hours is no big deal after you've been doing like 8-9 hour streams. And I do feel like this provides a bit more value than guys that are just sitting there looking at the camera and sort of interacting with the audience. Yeah, the emotional support caffeine is nearly gone. I'll be breaking back down to emotional support sweet tea. Punisher, you uncultured swine! What the hell? What, were you raised by the Amish? The sentimental value obsessive thoughts I refer to as spicy deja vu. Wow, all right. This cardboard might be too worldly for you. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to actually be calling it. Oh yeah, no, I saw bone on that. That was 10 years ago. I bit myself with a machete. It took a bad bounce on a cut and swung around. And then because I had no health insurance, I didn't go to the doctor for it. It just healed up on its own. Quite literally, I cut myself and I dealt with the humiliating part and then went and asked for help. And a friend of mine slapped a maxi pad on it, wrapped it in tape, and I went back to building the fire that I was building. Yeah, I feel like if it would have been any worse at all, I would have been forced to go to the hospital, whether I liked it or not. But yeah, like I took that cut, I looked down and I saw white, and I'm like, that's bone. And then it filled with blood. All right, so you want the alien. Do you also want socks? Okay, socks stay. We just get the alien. Let me finish this panel. You get the alien. Oh God, I can't even imagine how traumatic that situation was. That sounds so damaging. Because believe me, I have lived through years of traumatic situations nobody should live through. My mom married somebody that doesn't know how to not beat the shit out of terrified children. And I dealt with being an abuse sponge at school because of it. And I can tell you right now, that sounds traumatic. Yay, we got the alien. Also, thank you so much. Like, that is a huge help. Like, everything helps. I'm immensely grateful. But yeah, like, that just sounds bad. Like, I can't even imagine. Well, actually, I can't imagine. That's why it sounds bad. Oh, I'll go to the hospital if I need to, believe me. Like, passing the kidney stone will change your mind real fucking quick about going and getting help. Real quick. Bro, Mike Angelo, $20. Holy shit. You get socks and you get to pick a figure out, whichever one you want, bro. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Still, pesos. Greg McClutchin, what's up? What's up? Welcome. Yeah, I noticed it's pesos. That's okay. No, I had a 5mm kidney stone that I ended up passing, and I finished passing the motherfucker on the clock at work because I'm a dumbass. But again, once you live through enough pain, Eric the actor, I am rated for small cattle and large women. Why do you ask? No. Calcium's what did it. So, some of the medication I take on a regular basis, I believe it's the Lamictal. My therapist that I was talking to, I haven't tried the cattle thing. But the therapist said, hey, go ahead and take some calcium supplements with that. That'll help the Lamictal work better and get it in your system better. Like, it makes it more effective. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I got some calcium supplements, and I loaded up on those at the recommended dosage, and 2 weeks later, 5mm fucking kidney stone. Oh, believe what you want to, Eric. He's oddly focused on the cattle. Oddly. I mean, I'm good now. It's just like I'm prone to very small kidney stones that pass very easily. It's just once you add calcium to that, all hell breaks loose, apparently. Like, I don't deal with a kidney stone every 5 days or something like that. I'm not sure. Eric here is just having a bit of a mental breakdown. I mean, I'm also confused, but it's fun to watch. He is fixated. Oh no, I'm enjoying. He hasn't gone anywhere boot worthy yet. If someone does boot him, though, it needs to be Punisher. Punisher hasn't gotten his first kill. Yeah, that's what the rating is. Yeah, spicy fixation. Perfect. Perfect. Spicy fixation. Again, ulcerative colitis. Spicy food's kind of a no-go. Past the very mildest stuff, I have things to live for. Like, I already wasn't a big fan of spicy stuff to begin with. But, you know, now, like, it's just no. You know, like, before I damn near crap myself to death, like, I didn't like spicy food, but it was more of the mouth burn. You know, I just didn't feel like having my mouth lit on fire, but now it's like it hits my stomach and it's like, Jesus Christ. Are you going to Dave Grohl it and be in there like I have another confession to make? Ugh. That particular emotional support caffeine ain't that good. Yeah, the Taco Bell diarrhea jokes are a little played out, but I never fully understood that one. Like, okay, now the hot spot's starting to get really painful. Now the hot pot, this hot spot right here, it's starting to really hurt. I tell you what, those confessional booths are just nothing but, yeah, it's definitely starting to light up. But those confessional booths are nothing but trouble for someone like me. Because I'm looking at it and I'm like, I'm going to go in there and sit real quiet for about 3 minutes. Yes, my son? You got toilet paper on your side? Are we finally, I think we're finally starting to see some problems showing up. Yeah, I never planned to fail, but you might be in the boat I'm in right now where you feel like you're failing even though you're doing as good as you possibly can. Oh God, I heard the fucking kangaroo meat thing back in the 90s. Oh no, Taco Bell was way better back then. Like that's one of the things. Like if I was able to time travel and be completely free of the butterfly effect or any major consequences or the branching timeline shit or anything, that's one of the first things I do. Be like, all right, it's 1999. I am going to Taco Bell. Then I am going to get Soviet in a glass bottle. Then I'm going to buy a case of Surge. I'm also going to grab some Jolt Cola. Like and like the dumb shit I would do if I could do that. Like I'd fill up like a half a dozen balloons and bring them back and just be like, all right, guys, I'm going to go breathe some air from the 1990s real fast. Like, yeah, I don't have the joy of having a Jack in the Box out here. I think they only just now started working on getting out into Georgia. But I'm pretty sure whenever one gets built, first it's going to be around Atlanta somewhere. That's like they dropped a Whataburger, and for the first month, the line out that place was going to be a 45-minute to hour and a half wait just to get to the window. Like, fuck that. All right, let me find some tamer cardboard. Let's see if we're starting to see issues on the cut. Somewhere I got this out of line. And I will say, for all the fucking hype, for all the hype about Whataburger, it's kind of mid. Yeah, I don't have In-N-Out either. Like, there's a lot of good chains that aren't here. And I don't know if it's the companies that are established here trying to prevent competition or what. Like, the most heartbreaking thing that I've got going on right now as far as that goes is the Burger King that was right next to the house that always did things right. It was always good. There was never really that much of a line, not much of a wait. That one shut down, and we were hoping something else would replace it, and it's going to be a bank. Now I think we might be able to call this edge thrashed, because all the cuts in the primary cutting surface are doing this now. Checkers, that's really good, but that is Rallies under a different name. I think we can call this edge roached out now. This is what we're looking for edge wear. So basically we got a hair shy of 6 hours of cutting time, about 5 hours, 45 minutes. Yeah, that D2, something weird's happening there. I don't know what, but something weird. Your prediction wasn't unreasonable to begin with. Yeah, but I mean, S35VN is not necessarily an edge retention monster. This is an abuse sponge, is what it is. Yeah, it's not the worst we've ever done to a blade, but it's cooked enough. It is cooked enough. Yeah, this was about what I was told to expect, and if I hadn't put my own edge on it, if we would have been on the factory edge, it probably would have gone for about 4.5 hours before it went out. All right, give me a second. We're going to start stropping this thing back to life and see how sharp we can get it again. And yeah, the Weehaw bits haven't reappeared yet. That's a bummer. And yeah, I'm going to stand up for a minute. Oh, God. Let me tell you. Sitting hunched over this little table cutting up cardboard for this many hours does a number on your back and your hips. Around the cabin, what's going on? Welcome back. So you missed it. We got about 5 hours and 45 minutes of solid cutting time on this before the edge finally got cooked enough. Well, I think that's part of the charm of having it in widescreen mode and kicking back in a chair and looking at the camera instead of doing what we do, is you can really relax and let your back stretch out and be happy with it. All right. Okay, so we can see what we're getting off of generally the cut that I do on the paper right here. That's where we're starting. There's no shaving, there's only flaking some dead skin off. Can we get this back to shaving off of just the straps? Well, you know, the funny thing is I don't think I could do 8 hours of streaming just kind of sitting here talking and looking at the camera. I don't think without cutting this cardboard like this, I could do an 8-hour stream. Well, that's the problem is like even if I'm talking to people, like after a certain amount of time, I would need to be doing something or I'd need to get up and leave that chair. Like I've learned, I've sat through online meetings, and it's like, you know, an hour to 2 hours, and like after that first hour and 15 minutes or so, it's like I need to get out of this chair, I need to get up, I need to do something, I need to get up, and that need to do something is usually go lay down and watch YouTube. Yeah, these live streams have been getting nuts, dude. Like, I saw that 2070 whenever I was looking to check the number of likes on my videos on the other phone. All right, so you guys that are new here can see how shiny that edge got off of that one strop, how much it shined back up. 2,500 by next week would be amazing. And that's the thing is I'm not picking up subs very fast between live streams. It's just when I do the live streams, it picks up a lot of subs off of those. Yeah. Trust me, I'd like to have another day free to do another live stream on the that Amazon knife. But I got somewhere that I need to go tomorrow. And I thought about doing it last night, but I did not want to do a stream and then come in and do this the next day. Yeah, most of my carbon steel blades are handmade. I've got like the Mora carbon, And I may have some more carbon stuff that belong to my uncle, but I don't know what it is, so I couldn't tell you it's carbon for sure. But yeah, like I was going to come online and do a live stream last night to just kind of wait out the last 3 subs before I hit 2,000. And I walked around down in the war room. I managed to find that Rosecraft Castoria for the giveaway that just vanished. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. That knife hasn't been terrible. Like, I've carried worse. But it does feel like a Temu knife. But yeah, I couldn't find shit that I wanted to do a live stream on last night. And that Rosecraft, it was sitting right to the left of where I do my long form videos, right where I thought I left it. I had picked that box up at least a dozen times and thought, this isn't it. It doesn't have anything in it. I already opened it. And I was like, wait a second, this thing's a little too heavy. Why have I not looked in it sooner? And it was right there. And of course, I got to get the next Saturday. I'm pretty sure I'm working. I'll have to double check my schedule, but I think I'm working. Yeah, I know. I've been thinking about that too. It's just, honestly, I'm pretty sure our schedules aren't going to align. I'm going to have Fridays off pretty consistently, but other days of the week, like my schedule still hasn't stabilized to what it's just going to be. My days off have been kind of flip-flopping a little bit. Like, I've got Friday off, and then like I had Thursday off. I got today off, and then I'm off tomorrow. So it's a 3-day weekend, which is an incredibly rare thing to have. So I don't really... Once I see what my regular work week looks like without my schedule being thrown around because of weirdness, I'll have a better idea what's happening. We might be able to make something work. Because, I mean, with the way things are looking right now and the way the streams are going, Friday night's probably going to be my dedicated live stream night. The other night for the week may be for meeting attendance. Needs to be. Because the other 5 days of the week, I'm working like 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Yeah, KO's doing a giveaway. You need to drop by and sub. Drop by, give him a sub. He's doing a giveaway. I want one of the knives he's giving away quite a bit. Oh, 1977. What's going on, man? Welcome. Welcome back, sir. The stream is 6 hours and 45 minutes in, and this took about 5 hours and 45 minutes to wear the edge out on. All right, so you guys can see this edge is shiny as shit now. All right, well, good to see you, man. Glad you're doing all right. That's what I'm doing. Okay. All right, how are we looking now? So that is what I can do with my strops. Logan Klein, what's going on, man? That's what I'm saying. Like, you need to invest in this in a set of strops, and you need to invest in either some diamond emulsion or, like I did, I used diamond paste from Temu. I had to see whether or not it would work, and it turns out it works really well. And we are shaving hair off, if you can see that in between the dry skin flakes. And we got a little skin off too. I may have scraped a little too hard. That's it. It's just having the right materials on your strops. I mean, honestly. Yeah, I need to go comment on the video too. I think you uploaded that while I was streaming. Noodles Live, what's going on? How are you doing tonight? Yeah, I just scraped a little bit of skin off while I was shaving. I pressed down too hard, which is the second time I've done that. I said, it's not happy about shaving, but it is taking hair off. Every time I hear Medic, the first thing I think of is the movie Toys, Robin Williams. I fucking love that movie so much. Medic! But yeah, I mean, the thing performed well. It responded to the strops well. I could probably strop it some more and get it even sharper, but honestly, why? But yeah, Noodles, you missed all the fun. Oh, I think we might have the catch in the same spot where, of course, the worst wear was. Then again. Yeah, that little snag is still there. It's not bad, but it's still there. I tell you what, though, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Patty cakes, I cannot juggle any. EWS, good night, man. Have a good night. But yeah, I mean, that's just off of strops. just drops. Now, I will say I have done tool restorations on old Stilson pipe wrenches from the 1800s and stuff like that. Those are kind of fun. They're not difficult. You know, for me, it's just wire wheeling them back to good shape and buffing them to get some shine, but I leave all those dings and scars and all that. One, because I like having it restored to working like new, but showing the history. There's just something about that. You know, it's kind of like a patinaed truck. And the other part too is like I don't really know how to go through and grind all that stuff back out of there, not take away way too much material and have it not come out looking like shit. You know? Yeah, I've got something that I do need to work on restoring. Is it in the healing box? I think it's in the healing box. Yeah, I've got this old thing that belonged to my uncle before he passed away. A cut master from Utica, New York. And like this blade right here will not come out without prying on it with something. It is just locked in there. It won't move. I haven't heard of those, but that's no surprise. If I do anything to this, I'm gonna do it myself. We got what feels like plastic scales on here. There's not that much I can do to this part, short of maybe wash it. It's just getting this part functioning again. That's the big thing. And I know I've popped some lubricant down in there once and tried to work with it. I don't remember whether or not I managed to get this thing opened or not. I think I did. No, I haven't seen them, but it's kind of again where, you know, it gets really, really hard to watch yet more knife content when you're doing this. Not so surprisingly. Come here, you bastard. Come here. I've got Hops number 9 gun oil for lubricant. I don't think it's helping me a whole lot that the pull on this is ridiculously strong. However, it is a liner lock on this side. That's pretty cool, Punisher. Not gonna lie. I'm not sure I'll ever get this thing opened under my own power. Like, I cannot tell you how strong the pull on this is. I really can't. This is ridiculous. I don't know how it was opened in the first place by whoever had it before. Damn sure don't know how the hell my uncle got it opened. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, it's just flipping my fingernail backwards. I don't think there's a way in hell for me to open this now that it's moving at all. Like this one, the pull's still really strong, but at least you can open it. But that other blade, that motherfucker ain't moving. Yeah. No, the knife doctor, it's so the thing I missed there is the knife doctor had a really good thing going, just doing quiet restorations with that weather radio going in the background. Perfection. And then he quit doing that. Even though everybody that watched the channel said, hey, we love this part of it, please do more of it. And he's just like, yeah, I'm glad everyone likes it, but I'm not going to do that. Which I don't fully understand. Like, that weather radio was so nice to hear in the background. Yeah, I was like, I don't know why he gave up the weather radio. Like, he might be doing that more now, but when I was watching him, he just stopped doing it. You know, everybody watching is just like, we love the weather radio. You guys, I'm not looking forward to this thing. I'm not. Can y'all hear the rattle? Nah, Fook, you're good, man. You've been here for a hot minute, dude. Yeah, I haven't done a knife restoration either. I've just been doing the old Stilson wrenches. Do I have one down here? Yes, I do. Like, this thing was just a big ball of rust when I got it. And as you can see, I've gotten it cleaned up. I've gotten it working right. There's still some wear on it, you know, stuff that I can't fix. But she works like new. Yeah, so I like restoring these. I've done a good few. One of them that I restored was in the bathroom where I used it to fix the sink. And then the sink still leaked a little bit, and it's now covered in rust again, and I'm going to have to clean that back up. And the surface is no longer smooth. There's a lot of pitting where it rusted, so it's never going to be back to the way I had it. Ever. But I think we'll wrap this up in about 5 minutes here. Just so I can do my aftermath video and go lay down, and then tomorrow I'll do the first impression on this one and get that on video. Yeah, the closest thing to an old sword I've done is Brian that was in here earlier. He's got a parade sword, something like that needed a new handle. So I got some Purple Heart and I made him a new handle for that thing, and then I heated it up to turn it purple, and then he's good to go. Wilkinson. I'm trying to think if I ever got one of their blades, because there's a company that made razor blades that used to make swords. It might have been Wilkinson. But no, Wilkinson coffee. If you've ever seen the Wilkinson coffee commercials, I'm pretty sure it's Wilkinson. That had that had the proto Kermit the Frog, like the prototype for Kermit the Frog. And if the other guy didn't like Wilkinson coffee, he'd shoot him with a cannon or some shit. Like, it was the weirdest thing. Like, just bizarre. My most expensive knife. So I've got the Benchmade bug out with the aluminum and the M390. Okay, about 275 bucks. I've got a Gerber Guardian Mark II dagger, also 275, 300. I've got a Puma Prince knife that I can't find a price on in my condition, but a new one in really good condition with the original box was like 600 bucks. I've I've got the Rambo First Blood Part 2 replica prop knife that was autographed by Sylvester Stallone. That's a few bucks. I've got a kukri by Pacific Cutlery, which was bench made before they became bench made. Not sure what that's worth. Was it Wilkins coffee? I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, it's weird. Like the daggers and stuff like that, they're cool, and I would have loved that when I was younger. But then I kind of realized at one point, like, how the hell am I gonna carry and use that? Like, that's the one major thing is how can I carry it and use it? And like daggers, I think when I was a lot younger, I tried to use the dagger as an EDC knife, and it just didn't work good. Yeah. No, and I think we might be thinking of the same guys because I think those guys transitioned over to making safety razors back in the day. I think because if I vaguely remember having one of those one of their razors. I think I remember that. I can tell I've been doing too many of these streams because it feels like I didn't it feels like I didn't hardly do anything for the live stream this time. It's like less than 9 hours is a breeze apparently. What the hell? I was trying to think of something I wanted to look at, but I don't have anything right now. Yeah, it's 11:56 right now. We'll call this at midnight, and then I am going to go and lay down and relax. That was definitely a grind. Yeah, I do want to kind of build up the confidence again to start making my own scales again because I've got ideas. Like I said, I've got that thermochromic resin that I want to play with. It's just I'm not sure what's stopping me right now. I'm really not. Like I've done it before. I can do it again. I'm not sure whether it's the headache of dealing with the small fiddly bits or what, but my brain's just like, nah, you're not doing that right now. I don't know what it is. And it sucks. Yeah, this is the Gerber Guardian right here, and this is from the early 1980s. These things are not cheap, especially with the plain edge. Evan 14, what's going on, man? Welcome. You are at the tail end of the live stream right now. We're wrapping it up in about 2 minutes here. We are 7 hours and 2 minutes deep. Let's see, I've got that. Where the hell did I put it? I've got a bayonet somewhere that I put a handle on and made it into a fighting knife, and I'm not sure where I put it now. I had it on the last live stream right out here. Yeah. What the hell was I gonna say? Yeah, if you keep an eye on the community post, you can see when they start. Like 7 hours is a haul. All right, Michelangelo, thank you for being here, man. Thank you for being here for that long, too. Yeah, like I've got a few bayonets. My uncle found somewhere to buy them for like 13 bucks a pop in bulk and just bought a ton of them. And I've got a couple left from that. Um, where the hell did that Zeitler 77 go? I mean, a lot of you guys have already seen it. You know what it is. But I can't find it now. Oh well. That'll pop up when I'm not looking for it later. It's okay. And one thing I am disappointed by is this. This popped off at some point, probably because the humidity in the house went up through the roof. And this is a genuine piece of shit, but I made my own scales for it at one point. Because the old ones were double-sided taped on. A lot of you guys have seen this too. Which I'll have to epoxy it back down. I'm sure I'll get around to that later. Right now I don't care enough. But I got it put up in reach so that I can, at some point, go ahead and fix that. Yeah, I don't know where it went. Oh well. Yeah, the Zeitler 77 I got is interesting. They were made for the Austrian military back in the 1960s, like 1965. So they did the complete bayonet with a black coating on it for the military, and then they had blanks, no coating on them, no handle, and you could buy those for fairly cheap and put your own handle on them. And my uncle had one of those, and I got it from his stuff after he passed away, and I put a handle on it, and the walnut on that handle cracked because if y'all don't, like those of y'all that are new here, my air conditioning went out and we were without AC for about a month, and it hit like 88 degrees in the house, and the humidity was fucking a nightmare to deal with. And I think that humidity cracked the walnut, and I gotta like dope that up with super glue and probably sand it back down, even though I don't want to. And I had it out here on the last live stream, and I put it somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's what I got. And you can kind of see right here where that crack showed up. But this had no handle on it. It was just an exposed tang, so I made my own handle for it, and I spec'd it out for my hand, so it feels really good. But, yeah, it is time to wrap this up. It is past midnight here now, so we are going to shut this down. Everybody that's still here, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all being here so damn much, man. Y'all made this a great live stream. But it's time for me to go rest, and it's probably time for a few of you guys to go rest too. I am tripping over my words so bad now. But guys, I will see y'all again. Yeah, no kidding. I will see y'all again most likely on Friday. Keep an eye on the community post, and I will see y'all later. Thank you, everybody.